All right, welcome everyone to this multiplier event of the OPENLang Network project. My name is Alexander Mikroyanidis, and I am a research fellow at the Open University in the UK. First, let's have a look at our agenda. We will first of all we'll have the pleasure to introduce our first keynote for this event, Kate Borthwick from the University of Southampton here in the UK. Kate will talk to us about community and context, the power and purpose in developing open education practices. Then I will move on to introduce briefly the overall aims and objectives of the OPENLang Network project and also the project partners. And we will continue with the findings from the survey that we have conducted within our project with external stakeholders, with teachers and students in order to understand their mobility and language learning needs. We will then have a break of half an hour, and then we'll be moving on to our second part of the agenda, where we will have the honor to introduce the second keynote of this event, Rob Farrow, my colleague from the Open University, who will talk about innovation with open educational resources, the state of the art. Then we will continue with some more results from our project and some more lessons learned from our 3-year Erasmus project, namely, first of all, the pedagogical and design framework, which Maria Perifanu from the University of Macedonia will present. These are the foundations of our project. And then we will move on to the implementation of this framework through the platform, which I am responsible for, and I will present. We will then have Antigoni Parmaxi from Cyprus, University of Technology, presenting the wide range of language placement tests that we provide on our platform for all European languages. Maria will present the quality framework for language OERs and the OPENLang OER evaluation checklist. And then we will move on to presenting the e-toolkit that we have developed for language OER, for language teachers and trainers. This will be presented by Irini Christou from Cyprus University of Technology. Anastasios Economidis from the University of Macedonia will then present the OPENLang MOOC that we offer on our platform for language OERs, and also a series of workshops that we have conducted about e-tandem language learning. And finally, we will close this event and we will reflect on what we have learned here today. Right, so I have the pleasure to introduce our keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker is Kate Borthwick from the University of Southampton. Kate is a principal enterprise fellow in educational innovation in modern languages and linguistics, and the lead for digital learning in the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, and also director of open online courses for the university. She is an experienced language teacher, developer of online learning materials, courses, and an e-tutor. She has been involved in the creation of 2 repositories of OERs, LanguageBox and Hambox. She is also the course designer for 6 FutureLearn and University of Southampton MOOCs. She is a regular attender of conferences, a regular invited speaker, and she has been awarded a Vice Chancellor's Award for Internationalization in 2016 for her work on the MOOC Understanding Language, and also a Vice Chancellor's Award for Innovation in Teaching in 2018. In 2021, she has led the MOOC team to a collaborative award for teaching excellence from Advanced Higher Education. You can read her 2021 blog post for Advanced Higher Education on how to use MOOCs in teaching. She has also been elected onto the executive board of the European Association for Computer-Assisted Language Learning, Eurocall, in 2018, and also vice president in August of 2021. So right after this presentation, Kate will take the floor to present her keynote speech on community and context, the power and purpose in developing OEP. The second keynote speaker for our event today is Dr. Robert Farrow from the Institute of Educational Technology here at the Open University. Rob joined the OU in 2009 in the final stages of his PhD. By training, he is a philosopher, analytic and continental, and an educational technologist. His main research focus is open education. He has led several research strands with the Open Education Research Hub, where since 2012, he has focused on providing an evidence-based base for the impact of OER and building research capacity globally. He is a research fellow. He's a fellow of the Higher Education Academy, who is working towards senior fellowship. He is acting as reviewer for several academic journals and international conferences. He's also an expert consultant for many high-profile organizations. His current research interests are in the use and evaluation of technology systems for learning and behavioral change, theoretical frameworks for learning and innovation, ethics, technology as a route to social justice, and generally in empowering people and what that means. So looking forward to introducing Rob right after the screen break. But now I will give the floor to Kate. Kate, you can take the floor while I share your slides.
Hello everyone. Hello, I hope everyone can hear me. I notice there's someone in the chat has said that they can't hear. I don't know if there's some technical troubleshooting that can go on there. I hope you can all hear me.
I can hear you fine, Kate.
Brilliant. Okay. First of all, I'm going to apologise. I have a slight cold, and so if I cough occasionally or take a glass of water, I apologise for that. Don't worry, you can't catch anything. That's the beauty of being online. So apologies in advance if my voice gives out at some point during the process. If you can't hear at any point, just let me know.
Will do. You should be able to take control of the slides.
Okay, I can. I've tried that out and I can. So that's brilliant.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we're good to start, aren't we? If everyone can hear me, okay. Okay, well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to talk at this wonderful OPENLang Network event. I'm a great admirer of the work that you are doing, and it will be fantastic to hear more about that today. There's some very, very interesting points on today's agenda. And in many ways, in every way, really, you in this group, in this call, in this room now, and on this project exemplify what I'm going to be talking about, which is the importance of community and context in developing open educational practices. So much of what I'm going to talk about today will focus around language teacher professional development, but also the use of OER. And it's based on my experience over, 16 years of OER, longer than that of language teaching, and communities of practice. So I'm going to start out by talking about my early work, going back in time, talking about my early work in OER community repositories, then OEP, and then moving on to MOOCs to try and convey the themes that have driven and underpinned my own work with language educators and with students and open educational working. And it's a journey I started in the mid 2000s, I guess, and I'm still involved in now. And in many ways, this is a kind of meditation on the sustainability of OER and OEP within communities, and how you just keep going with it, sometimes in quite a cold climate, I would say, an unforgiving kind of climate. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. So let's look back through time. So I'm looking back through the mists of time. When I first got involved in open education, the discussion was really a very technical one. You know, how do we share digital resources more freely with the world, and of course with each other, particularly with the world at large too? And the question was coming from a good place. So, you know, that belief that the world's knowledge was a public good, as Smith and Casserly put it back in 2006, and should be shared and reused. But I found that the discussion was often a very technical one. Now, I'm an educator, language educator, and I remember being involved in a range of projects that looked at learning objects. And many of you will be very familiar with that term. Many of you will think, well, that's quite old fashioned. So a learning object was a digital file for learning, that for a while anyway, people looked at how to reuse them and share them. And so there was a lot of talk about learning objects, SCORM compliance, technical presentation. Did your resource look nice and appealing? Metadata, lots of discussions about metadata, how rich it was, who should write it, how many fields it should have. And in terms of discoverability, obviously, this was important in terms of searching, and also linking to the correct metadata. Did we all have to have the same metadata? Could we have something different? And also adaptability. And again, this was a technical discussion about adaptability. So could you download my resource and edit it, adapt it, and then reshare it? And again, linking to the correct metadata. And then, of course, discussions about open licensing, open use, sustainability, protecting IPR, tracking version control. So this was the discussion, and these were very real challenges in those kind of early days to sharing OER. If you couldn't get the metadata right, your resource wouldn't be discovered or reused. It couldn't be adapted. Then how useful was it? And so on. So these were complex discussions with often no easy answers or quick fixes. And perhaps not surprisingly, OER seemed like hard work. For me as an educator, for the language teachers I worked with, we had a desire to share. We wanted to share resources. We'd been doing it informally in classrooms, in teams for a long time. But the cost of OER seemed, in time and energy, seemed too high. In short, there were too many barriers to engagement by any but the most dedicated few at that time. So enter the community space. So the solution seemed to be solve the technical problems and the sharing would happen. So I moved on with that thinking too. So I became involved in a series of projects that looked to reduce those technical barriers, to actually design a space that would encourage educators to share their OER. And so working at Southampton in the UK with a team in web science, we developed a repository for OER called the Language Box. And we worked with language community educators, the community of language educators within the UK, to shape it and develop it. And it was a national project. And there's a sort of little photo on that slide there, a screenshot of the Language Box. But the idea of it was very much that it would tackle those technical barriers to engaging with OER by being user-friendly. So it didn't require specific technical training or knowledge to engage with it. It didn't require any kind of librarian style metadata knowledge. That wasn't necessary either. And it was very community focused. So we intended to give a high profile to individuals within that site, within the community, creating and sharing resources. And as I say, minimal metadata was required. Licensing advice was embedded. We used Creative Commons. Anyone could create an account, and later you could create groups within the site. And so it began to develop that idea of people sharing within a community space by highlighting who the community were and how they'd use the resource. So actual practice, the things that language educators get excited about. And of course, by enabling contact with each other too. So the design of that work was shaped and piloted and used by language educators primarily across the UK, but also further afield. And it was a space that was populated, curated and regulated by the community as a whole. Now, you may recognise or remember other iterations of this design, the Humbox, for example, for humanities resources, or Loro for the Open University, which was developed and used by language educators at the OU. Now, the interesting thing that we found about these technical projects was that the technology worked to the extent that it became invisible. So the community became the thing that participants talked about and their activities within the community. And as we all know, that's what language teachers are interested in. They're practice and sharing experience. So when we conducted research with users, they talked about the community and its activities as a living, important entity and how they worked with others on the site, and actually said virtually nothing about the technicalities of the site. And that was quite surprising, having for many years had a discussion around the technicalities of sharing OER. So we found the technical, if you like, the technical side had become invisible, and the community of practice became the thing that people were interested in and orbited around and saw. And so what we had started as a technical endeavour actually became a community endeavour and a community activity. And it was the community focus and the context of that focus, language teachers, language teaching resources, that drove and enabled the next stage of the investigation, which was open educational practices, OEP. So could this community who'd emerged be sufficiently engaged and embedded to explore OEP? In other words, to kind of continue what they were doing. So, excuse me. Activating our community of practice. Let's just remind ourselves what a COP is, community of practice. So I've got obviously Laven Wenger's quotation there, or reference to them. A group of people who share an interest or passion for something they do, and they learn how to do it better through regular interaction. So they come together in a physical or virtual space and they do something, they take action, and they learn from that practice and from each other. So within our user-friendly web space language box, we had this nascent community of practice building. So a group of educators linked by a passion for language teaching, sharing their work as OER, learning from each other about OER in the process, learning something individually about OER, digital resources, teaching resources, the living definition of a community of practice. But although we'd seen that transition from invisible tech and the power of the community, it was just new and small, and very liable to collapse and die, really, and die out. And so I bid for more money from various projects to find out how we could sustain this community of practice, how we could explore it around OEP. And I developed the community of practice within this site online over a succession of different national projects over the years. Now, these projects, each of them did something different, but the community in the context of languages was the core of them. So there was one called Favour, Finding a Voice Through Open Resources, that worked with part-time language educators in universities, at least 18 languages represented there. Community Cafe worked with a different group, so community-based language teachers working outside mainstream education. Again, lots of languages represented, lots of less widely used languages, things in the UK context like Gujarati or Hindi, I think Arabic, unbelievably, and Russian and things like that you'd characterize that way. And then finally the Open Lives project, which united language researchers and educators in a cycle of OEP. So publishing research data as OER, then using that data in multiple ways to develop innovative teaching. So next slide. So developing our COP, our community of practice. So all of those projects that I've briefly name checked, all of them achieve slightly different things, although there were common themes throughout each project, and they worked with language educators and they looked at different perspectives. So they all sought to understand the challenges and drivers for open educational practices from many perspectives. So students, researchers, language researchers, part-time language teachers, community-based language teachers, but the discipline community was the unifying thing. They all took place over at least 1 year, so they were quite long-lived projects. They all involved the publication of large numbers of OER, so that was a key driver. Everyone had to produce OER and then learn from doing that. What were the challenges and drivers? Each project encouraged sharing and reuse in different ways. And it was important to say the engagement in all of those projects and the level of engagement was up to each individual. They owned their engagement. So it was a participatory project, and people could contribute to the level that they wanted to. And that was what we were exploring. How far did they want to go? What were the barriers? What did they find out? The important thing is everyone came in and it was a real community of practice sharing their work. So we used the language box as a shared online community space, and every one of those projects also included in-person meetings. So it became a kind of blended community of practice, and that grew in the language box from that community who were active in there already, seeing those shared resources, and that was in turn motivating and inspiring to each new group, each new project, if you like, each new community that came in, and there was a sense of contribution and activity. So each project had its own findings and insights to offer, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about those, but generally speaking, the power of the community of practice within the context of language teaching and learning was evident throughout. So findings supported all the early predictions for the benefits of OER. They were excellent for CPD, so for continuing professional development, new skills learnt by creating, sharing, reusing OER, interacting with others in the community. But we found that this open collaboration through all of those project activities worked on multiple levels. So that idea of glocal, the global and the local. So we had national collaborations, international people coming in from the outside, sharing resources online, learning from each other. We then had context-specific online groups. We had local offline groups feeding into the online groups. And then all of these groups extended beyond the project itself in a kind of expanded, blended community of practice. So this was the community of practice in action, and the context gave a purpose and a meaning and an impetus to the groups to actually share. And we found that open collaboration, so the fact that it was all happening in an open space, that it was driven by the community, led to this rich creativity and rich kind of engagement that was blended, that was online, that was this kind of glocal idea, global and local. So in terms of the context and language educators, the work showed that open education, open educational practice could offer a response to some of those contextual challenges that language educators face in their working lives. So, we all recognise a constant desire in language teaching for up-to-date, authentic, useful educational content, particularly in less widely used languages. So we found that when we had, educators teaching Latvian, for example, Lithuanian, these would be counted in the UK as less widely used and taught languages. There's not a lot of resource material out there. And so these teachers found that they could, excuse me, share their resources, pool their resources together, and share in that open space meant that there were more resources out there for people. We also found that the online open COP community of practice offers support for language educators working in isolated situations. So what I mean by that is if you're, for example, the only teacher of, I don't know, say Polish in one institution or one school, or you're working across multiple institutions. It meant that working on that community of practice level allows you to step outside of your institution and your working environment, make connections with discipline specialists at that kind of discipline level. And it meant that it didn't really matter if you were working across multiple places because the engagement was yours individually. And so this process was reported as democratic too. So some of our teachers of those less widely used languages were used to being sidelined and seen as quite niche compared to English or Spanish or French, the big languages. But sharing in that online community of practice made everyone kind of equal in that space. And again, it was that discipline coming out of the discipline of simple language education. And it doesn't matter necessarily about the discipline of which language. So we also found that the same OER could generate multiple reuse opportunities. Now, at a certain point in the OER journey, there were concerns voiced about homogeneity of resources. If we all do OER, are we all going to end up just using the same resources? But the project work showed definitively that wasn't going to be the case. People using actually the same OERs to reuse and create their own work created very different things. It was very creative. The same basic foundational OER gave rise to real creativity, which was fascinating. We also found that language students who became involved in creating resources and sharing them also enjoyed being part of that community of practice, obviously making our students there. And they also found the same benefits. So learning new skills, learning about open practice, demonstrating creativity, sharing in a network of collaboration. And in many ways, it very much suited the world that they were, growing up into, which had more sharing going on. So the context of language education suited the activities of OEP. They were a good fit, we found, through these projects. But I have to say it wasn't all positive. It'd be nice to say it was all positive, but there were challenges as well. And the context of discipline and language educators' lives, we found posed challenges. There was a reluctance to share with others. As well as a desire to share with others, a reluctance too. People were concerned about loss of IPR or their valuable kind of work. And I found this is something that, I found often in working with OER, that something that would seem a very positive thing would also have a diametric negative opposite that was equally true. And so while we might say, language educators working in isolation or across institutions find it useful at a discipline level to share their resources, the flip side was that some language educators working in less widely used languages or across institutions said, we really don't want to share because our teaching resources are quite specialist, and they're part of my value as an educator, and they help me get jobs in a competitive sector. So they were reluctant to share, or at least to share their best resources. So interesting. Something that was quite positive could also be quite a negative thing. So we also found there were institutional barriers, which could be really influential on engagement. So policies barring sharing of work, worries over copyright issues, the lack of institutional infrastructure or advice for sharing. And so some of our educators felt quite nervous about sharing their work openly in an external space out with their institution. Now, again, this is an example of the kind of positive versus the negative. So actually sharing in a community repository can overcome institutional barriers, and operating at the level of the discipline, whereby you take responsibility over your OER and OEP, it can free you, it can be liberating. So here you have the positive, the negative, equally kind of true for different people. So we also saw reluctance to reuse the work of others, this idea that, my resource is better than yours. And we also saw people with a perceived lack of technical knowledge. I say perceived because often that people would put barriers are there for themselves and say, oh, I can't do this, it's too technical. But actually we find that they could. So I think overall that work up to this point, so through that technical discussion, through the OEP, developing the community of practice, it can show that the context of subject discipline and educators' professional lives is important in understanding the drivers and barriers to adopting open educational practices. And an individual's institutional context is a powerful factor in that engagement, even in a community space for sharing, even in an inviting, active community of practice. So whether an institution has an infrastructure enabling and encouraging OER development, or a policy for open sharing, or even simply a willingness to allow it to happen, will impact on an individual's engagement with OEP. but the context of discipline can provide the purpose, the motivation, and the flexibility for the development of those practices. So where are we at this point? That community of practice model seemed to work for language educators in developing OEP and realising the benefits of engaging with OEP, but not for everybody, the positive and the negative again. So starting from an entirely online point, the community of practice had become blended through various projects with participants at all levels of engagement, from the kind of novice to the advanced. Project work had initiated this interaction, but it had continued for some time beyond the life of each project and also spilled over into people's usual working lives. So what happens next after that point? When the projects end, what happens? How do you sustain the activity? So what does happen next in that sustainability argument? Communities of practice are living. They need action, interaction, refreshment to stay healthy and to evolve. So how do you sustain the technical development on an OER repository and manage the OER within them? The project work gives things impetus, and the refreshment, the engagement, the ripples start to spread, but would this activity continue on its own? Would we find in our language box that the open education practices were embedded enough? Or do we need to keep an eye on the community of practice? So that early rush to create and share resources left us with legacy issues around old OER in repositories, which were perhaps not maintained anymore. So the language box now is only lightly maintained, and it hasn't evolved recently to reflect technical developments, the most recent technical developments. And so now it might look a bit old. Have the OER contained there been forgotten? Some people still use the site, but does the site actually look old and out of date? So project funding runs out. And where does a community repository, as opposed to a national or an institutional one, how does it work? How does it sit then? Who keeps it going? The community itself is perhaps not enough to do that. There's also the notion of the philosophical challenge about OER raised by Jeremy Knox in 2013 and later by others. This idea of we're rushing to create OER and to engage and put resources out there, but what about the theorizing about how we use it and the pedagogical approaches to the development and use of OER? What's the connection to effective teaching and learning with OER and OEP? How do we use OER in a principled way, and where's the teacher? Now, are MOOCs part of the answer to this? And so that takes me on to the next kind of step in my journey that I'm talking about here. And remember, we're still thinking about sustainability and that community of practice. So continuing that community of practice, I started creating MOOCs in 2014 with FutureLearn, and now I lead the University of Southampton's open online course program. Now, for me, MOOCs began to offer something of a response to some of the challenges about sustainability in OER. So MOOCs offered a more structured approach to open education, a space that could offer OER as individual digital assets that could be downloaded and used by others, and also the opportunity therein to reuse OER. A MOOC itself is learner-centered in task design, and the nature of learner engagement on a MOOC is very learner-centered, in the sense that they, a person can come and join a course and do what they want from it and take what they need and then leave. It offers a kind of teacher presence in the design and a pedagogical underpinning through the design, through guidance and light touch kind of tutoring. They invite collaboration and peer learning and teaching, so you have that community of practice within each kind of MOOC run. And crucially, they're embedded within a support structure to refresh, review and adapt content. So within that course structure, you approach it like any course of education and you'll be reviewing it and maintaining it over time. And obviously working with FutureLearn, an external organisation, they maintain the platform. So they keep the platform evolving. That's updated externally. So you get that sort of technical sustenance, sustainability, and also the kind of pedagogical side as well. So I just want to, I'm rapidly looking at the time there, talk about some of the work in MOOCs in terms of how that community of practice has developed and sustained. So for me, MOOCs have offered a way to make OEP sustainable. And so, my philosophy is I like open educational practice. I want people to do it. How can I continue doing it? And MOOCs have given that answer to me. I'll say more about the sustainability of MOOCs in a minute. First of all, what about the community of practice? So this has been born anew, I think, for me and my MOOC work, particularly in our language teacher education MOOCs. Now, we've developed 3 of these at Southampton, and I've got some information there on the slide, and I'm going to focus on one of them and the community aspect in one of them, which is EMI for academics. So EMI is English as a medium of instruction for academics. It's a 4-week course, open course, anyone can join. It's a course designed for people who do not have English as a first language, but have been asked to teach through the medium of English. So it's a teacher training, professional development course for teachers to improve their practice. It's had 13 runs since 2017. About 40,000 learners have taken an active part from over 140 countries. So, excuse me, the key to learning on this course is that learners should share their own local experiences of EMI in different cultural and educational settings. So we understood at an early point that with the topic of EMI, it's so contextual. You need to have that local mix, the global and the local, people talking about their own individual experiences and everyone learning from that. What works for me may not work for you in that same context. So the course itself embraces the idea of the global and the individual experience and knowledge alongside more generic good practice kind of ideas. It fits a social learning kind of model, so learning from each other, lots of discussion. And the course is tutored by some lead educators at Southampton, but they position themselves as equal members within that community of practice. We learn from each other because we accept no one person has the answer. Now, just to very rapidly go through, we build community throughout in the design. So I've got some slides here. There you've got a picture of just a visual description of people marking their location and where they come from in the world. We also have live kind of updates, responses at the end of each week to questions that have happened on the course, and sometimes live discussion from the educators as well. Everything on the course invites learners to share their personal experience, and there's different kinds of content in there. So each course run becomes a community of practice. We've noticed the ripples from the community starting to spread, widen the course, and it's the flexibility of the open content which allows us to do this. So how do our learners use the course? Excuse me. We find there's high satisfaction rates. About 90% with each run. A very small number are commenting on the course, and that's a classic sign of an open MOOC or an online course. But the comments are very engaged, very rich and thoughtful and reflective. Learners tell us they're applying what they've learned, that they're sharing what they've learned with colleagues. They're downloading content to use elsewhere, and in some cases, they're embedding the MOOC in their own kind of EMI training courses. And so you see that ripple of good practice being repurposed. The MOOC is repurposed, the MOOC is adapted and used by others in various ways. Each person takes what they need from it in learning, engages in the way they want, then repurposes the content as they want to, perhaps by embedding it, perhaps by recommending it to colleagues. And this is one aspect that gives the course life from run to run. It's that community kind of engagement. So how do we use the course, and how do we sustain it, if you like, or keep it going? And this is where we start to think about sustainability. So we obviously review the content, update and refresh it and amend it. At an early point, we created a Facebook group to take the discussion beyond the course. And so if you've done the course, you're invited to join the Facebook group. And it means we can keep the community together in between course runs and beyond the course runs. So the community of EMI practitioners contributes to the Facebook group. And some return to do the MOOC more than once. And it's a way of keeping that community of practice together, connected, still talking. The impetus is each course run of the MOOC. And it allows us to keep in touch with that cohort as well. Now, a significant thing we've started doing is to integrate the course into blended short courses with external partners, and also into postgraduate modules on EMI within our applied linguistics programme. So when we embed them in our postgraduate program, when we embed this course, it acts as a kind of practical, international, global complement to the class-based theoretical work going on. And so it works very well in that kind of blend. But we also blend the MOOC with bespoke or in-person or personal workshop sessions. And what you see here is an open course being used in a blended way that actually generates income for the university and enables a kind of asynchronous, synchronous learning course, which mixes the global and local again, but generates income, which enables us to keep the course going. We've also successfully put the course into the heart of several funding bids related to teacher education or research. And again, it's another way of generating income. And we're currently working with the British Council, actually, in the Philippines, on a project to embed the MOOC within a course of training, embedded with online training that we provide synchronously. We're training around 50 master trainers who will then offer training to colleagues across all of the universities in the Philippines, training about 1,000 staff. So it's a kind of cascade training model. And the MOOC will be available as an integral support for the master trainer's own cascaded training courses. So it becomes, because it's open content, it becomes the kind of core of other things that people can add on around the outside. So the project will end in 2022 and it's proving to be interesting. The openness of the MOOC is what allows that to happen. So we're also using it as part of another British Council project, exploring internationalisation with a university in Brazil. And as part of that project, I've trained our Brazilian project partners in how to design a MOOC and tutor it. And then they've gone to actually tutor on the course itself. So we've started to really make use of that international open kind of idea within one course. We also allow external organisations to use content, like the British Council. And also we gather research data on EMI and English as a lingua franca, which contributes to kind of research activities within the UK. So basically we have one course, which was created quite a long time ago, but which has had an evolving and changing life and has given rise to multiple uses within our university and beyond, multiple collaborations, generates income in diverse and indirect ways. And so we have some financial stability or sustainability for that course. But actually, I think none of that would happen without the fostering and developing of that community of practice and the fact that it's open, the fact that it's open content. So I'm coming to the end now, you'll be glad to hear. So final thoughts, some questions remain. What are the benefits of OEP? We're still asking them, aren't we, I think? Or because we're still having to make the case perhaps to people, our stakeholders. How do we realise them in practice? How do we make OEP sustainable? How do we cope with continual regeneration and refreshment of OER in the face of a relentless technical advance? How do we do all that when we're often paid to do something else? It's not often that open content is part of most people's kind of main job. I'm sure many people here will say it is, and that's good to hear. So we strongly feel, I think all of us strongly feel that connected and contextual communities are the answer. And I just wanted to pull out some things as kind of evidence of that desire. There's a quote from Catherine Cronin there, which essentially is all about context. And the idea that we need to create, this was in 2020, we're still calling for creating networks and strategic and flexible approaches. So this is a call that's still going on. We still feel that context is important. Communities are important. In 2021, ECML, the European Council of Modern Languages, in response to COVID, said, well, we need communities of collaborative practice. It would be a good way to develop digital skills. And of course, those of us working in OER and OEP say, yes, we know. We've been doing that. We've been doing that for a bit. So, and I'm coming to the end now, so why are we still calling for these things? Why are we still calling for collaborative networks and communities of practice when there have been so many, including us here today? More are created, more are developed every day. We love working in this way. The benefits of OEP are manifest, are discussed. We know what they are, but are they realised yet? I think we're still working on that, aren't we? And for me, this comes back to sustainability. So, once you get a good thing going, how does it keep going, especially when it's free and unfunded? Now, I've sought to find a way for a long time. I thought it was getting the perfect self-regulating community of practice. That was the answer. But now I've realized that's only part of it. Community and context, I think, is the answer to develop the benefits, to realize the benefits of OEP. But a community of practice does need maintenance, oversight, continued regeneration. It's a living thing. And to do this, we need to see OEP in an integrated way with the processes and structures that influence our working lives. So, those early projects had it right in flagging that there are positives and diametric negatives, and how do we reconcile those ideas and work with both of them? I think there's more work to do there. But until we integrate OEP and OER into our working lives, our systems, our processes, our very thinking, we will keep coming back to that sustainability question. And we will still keep having to make the case for collaborative communities and for benefits of OEP. But I think the languages community and seeing the community in action, being collaborative, sharing work and practice, developing frameworks for good practice in OER, and there's more of that later today, being together as we are in today's event, I think gives me hope and certainty that if any community group can find a way to move forward and make OEP work, then certainly we'll be that community. We'll make it work. Thank you. I'm going to end there and say thank you very much for listening. I've talked a bit longer than I was asked to do, but I hope there's time for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. This has been a really captivating, engaging talk. We might have had some issues with the slide deck. Apparently, Microsoft Teams still has teething issues.
Okay.
Some people on the chat were reported that some slides were stuck for them for a little while longer. So it would be great. Do you have your permission to share your slides after the?
Absolutely. Yeah,
great.
absolutely. Please do. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be great. Yeah, to have those for everyone to go through. But it has been a really insightful talk. I will open the floor to any questions. You can write them on the chat, or you can raise your hands, and I'll give you permission to speak, to use your microphones.
Alex, can I speak in the meantime?
Yes, Maria. Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you so much, Kate, for this inspireful and really, you said it all in this presentation. I was really impressed by you. I'm really impressed by your work. We were looking forward to your talk. Because I was, exploring the work that you have done during these 3 years of our project. You are one of the researchers that I was following, and I really admire you, and we are very happy to have you here today. So in a way, you have answered to many questions that I have, like how do you manage to do all these things? So it is quite difficult to sustain and open a community of practice. So being what you said before, having this this motivation to work towards this this work of sharing your practice, it's really nice, philosophically from one side, but practically it is a challenge, a big challenge. So you gave us some nice examples of how you can do it. So this was really important for us to know. I wanted to ask you how the situation has changed within the arrival of pandemia. So with all this, the needs that, from one day to another, all language teachers had to create or to find digital material and to know where to search, to know where to what to select based on which quality criteria, and then to do that every day during their daily work, even those who never had this need to search for digital material because they had the face-to-face traditional language classroom. So what changed? Do you have any input on that?
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for your comments as well. Thank you. Yeah, I think actually, I mean, my experience was that a lot of people just kind of woke up to the work that some of us on this call have been doing for many years. And I think the pandemic has showed us the absolutely critical need for there to be pedagogical frameworks and guidance around use of OER. You know, I had colleagues sort of acting as if no one had ever thought of this before. You know, they had to go online, they had to find some kind of resource, and of course the first thing they do is go to Google and search for it. And people kind of saying to me, and we didn't know what to search for, and we found this, we weren't sure what you're looking at. And you kind of think, gosh, it's like going back, you know, 15 years, you know, when we started those OEP projects, when the internet and OEP wasn't as developed really then, but people were saying the same things, you know. And so I think the work of this project will be really essential at this point in time, in saying, yes, we know that when there's a crisis, people don't often stop to look at frameworks and to look at best practice because maybe they don't have time. They just resort to something that will solve the issue. And so that might be, you know, just Googling and finding something. But actually, if we can get to the point where we say, okay, we should be building this into our thinking, you know, we should be integrating it. And so that if there's a crisis like the pandemic that comes up, people don't just forget everything and turn to Google. They say, okay, open educational practice is a thing, and it's a thing in my institution, it's a thing in my community, it's a thing in my life. I'm going to turn to the resources and the knowledge that we've built up and we have over here, and I can access it. And I still think, despite all this, the open sharing has been brilliant through successive EU projects and other projects internationally. The word still seems to have to get out there, doesn't it? And so I think more integration, more accepting it on a philosophical level is the answer.
Thank you so much for your reply. But from our experience, these last, let's say, almost 2 years, we have seen that, you know, language teachers don't have this, I don't know what, what you said and what you showed, it was really optimistic. This is how I saw it. From my perspective, I have seen, because we have delivered many webinars and training webinars to teachers from all over the world. They don't know about licenses. They don't know where to search what. They just use Google. They don't know what is good and what it is not. So quality is not something that they really, you know how to search for, let's say. So I think that it is good to start with this, with what you said about the philosophy of sharing. This is really important, and to learn from each other, because if someone knows in an institution, can share, you know, the knowledge, can give a hand, let's say. So only together we can have a result, a positive result. This is how things can work. By only one person doing everything is not possible. So this is the message that I would like to also to pass. As you said, community of practice is what we have as language teachers, and this is our power.
Absolutely. Yeah,
thank you so much.
I agree.
Yes, absolutely. Otherwise, you cannot work alone. This is a game that you will lose. This is what I have seen.
Yeah, but it's interesting that you're saying those things, and it makes me think this is it takes me back to all that thinking around the development of the language box, which was kind of 10 years ago, really.
And we recommend it in all our training, webinars. Do you know how many, let's say, OER repositories we recommend for languages? it's not more than 10. And one of those is the language box. There is no variety, and most of the repositories contain only material for English language. So there are so many languages, and there is not this philosophy yet. I mean, this spirit of sharing in different languages, all this material doesn't exist, and it's bad because it saves time. It is so good to have this work together, and to, in fact, when you share good work, the quality is really good. Otherwise, you cannot, if you don't evaluate in a way, how you will be able to understand what is good for you to share or not.
Yeah, but I still, I mean, I'm absolutely agree. And I still think it also comes back to that thing I was saying about invisible technology. I mean, one of the great learnings from Language Box was that the technology, we got the technology right to the extent that it became invisible, and then the community of practice took off. And I still think we haven't sufficiently learnt from that, really, because people want things to be easy in their life. And so we still need to be saying, we need to make it easy for people, and to make it easy to engage with OEP means we have to meet them in the way they want to be met. So we need to develop spaces which work for them. We need to enable them to do things that fit with their working practices. If you kind of add it on the outside, some people will engage, but a lot of people won't, because they see it as an extra thing. So that's why the integration kind of thing. I mean, I am very positive and hopeful about particularly the language educator community driving forward OEP, and particularly this kind of OPENLang network. I think it's brilliant. It's slightly depressing that we do seem to be making the same argument year on year, but I think we can find the way. We're stepping forward all the time, even if we are always kind of saying, how do we solve these problems that seem the same each year? We are moving forward.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you.
Excellent. Totally we agree with your comments about moving forward with communities of practice. Talking of which brings me to the questions we have on the chat. So we have a question from Ahmed, whether these communities of practice from the University of Southampton are open to the public.
So yes, let me put in the chat the Language Box address. Hang on, I've just written that incorrectly. languagebox.ac.uk. I should give a health warning on Language Box, which I mentioned in the talk, is that we don't have a lot of oversight on that anymore. We still maintain it within Southampton, within our ePrints, which is our open research repository kind of network. Anyone can join it, anyone can use it. But as I say, it's not as moderated as it once was. Neither is it as technically advanced as we'd like it to be. So I'm giving you a health warning with it. We also have the Humbox, which was actually for humanities disciplines. There is languages material in there. The Humbox, because it had a wider discipline call, multidisciplinary kind of call, had more engagement, I would say, internationally. And became and sort of overtook Language Box at one point in terms of how it's used, and it's still very much loved and remembered by a lot of educators within the UK. Again, it suffers from the same sustainability issue. You know, if it's not an institution or a national repository, how do you fund it? How do you keep it going? And so it's not as loved as it should be. So health warning on there. Oh, the link cannot be reached. Oh, okay, I'll have to look into that for you, because it could. I'm not sure. Ahmed, let me look into that. I'm going to put my email address into the chat, so you can keep in touch with me. If you have any questions about Language Box and Humbox, I'm going to look into that and see what's happening. In terms of our MOOCs, anyone can sign up for them. And so our EMI MOOC, it's just had a course run, but I think it's still open. You can find those on FutureLearn. Sign up for them. There's a link to our Facebook group in there. You can come in through that particular community of practice. So the community of practices now tend to focus around the kind of MOOCs that we're running. For for my, as I say, my philosophy is I want to keep open educational practices going, and so I will try any means by which I can do that. Currently it's MOOCs, but it might evolve into something else. We'll see.
We have another question about learning analytics. Are you already using, or are you planning to use learning analytics or educational data mining to find out who is learning on your platforms?
Yeah, so when we developed LanguageBox and Humbox, we did put very rudimentary learning analytics programs on there, so we could see who was there, you know, who was uploading information, how many downloads, that kind of thing. And at the point of those development of those repositories, it seems strange to say it now, but it was quite new at the time. And one of the reasons people really loved using those repositories was they could see the number of downloads. And many people at the time started putting it in applications for promotion and new jobs. And it was kind of the first time someone had been able to achieve recognition for their teaching resources, as opposed to writing an article or a paper for a journal. And so that was quite exciting for us at the time. So there is rudimentary stats on LanguageBox and Humbox. With FutureLearn, we have a huge number of learning analytics. And so for the MOOC I mentioned, English Medium Instruction, we can see the countries the learners come from, the profile, essential kind of background, whether they work, whether they're student. Obviously, we can look at a very granular way of what steps they do, how many comments they put on, what the comments are. You know, there's lots and lots of data. And so that's very interesting for us. You know, I mentioned the way we use that course as a core for other things, funding bids, developing other teacher training. We can see, for example, for EMI, we have a lot of learners from Turkey, for example, consistently, and from India. And so we begin to get some market information there as well. So we begin to say, well, consistently over several runs, you know, learners in Turkey have found this interesting. Therefore, there's a bigger EMI activity there. Therefore, let's see if perhaps we can generate something else. And so you can identify areas which are popular and also parts of the world where you're not getting any traction as well. And then you can target those parts of the world. So yes, there's a huge amount of data that comes through the MOOC program that we do use in a business sense, but also a pedagogical sense to kind of see what's interesting to people and what's not, what they're not engaging with.
Thank you again, Kate. It has been a real pleasure having you here today and talking to us. Again, yeah,
Thank you.
virtual a round of applause for our keynote speaker. We will share your slides and, of course, the recording of this talk and the whole event. And I think we can move on now to the next presentation, which is actually mine, where I will introduce briefly the project and the partners. Let me.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to everyone for listening and for your questions.
Kate.
Thank you.
All right. So very briefly, I'll go through the project objectives and the general overview of the project. So this is an Erasmus Plus program, the key action, cooperation for innovation and the exchange of good practices, strategic partnerships for higher education. The full project title is Open European Languages and Cultures Network. We started back in September 2018, and sadly, this is the last month of the project. We are wrapping up, but hopefully we will continue to work on this, on the project outcomes, and have some follow-up initiatives on those. The target groups of this project are, first of all, Erasmus KA1 mobility participants, higher education students and staff, adult and school education staff, and more. Generally, mobility participants that need to boost their language skills in all 24 European languages, and also need to be culturally aware of these countries and languages. And we're also targeting volunteer language teachers who will support the Erasmus Plus mobility participants by offering their professional experience while receiving professional certified training on the creation, sharing, and use of language OERs. The main objectives of the project are, first of all, to connect these two groups that I mentioned in my previous slide in an interactive, collaborative environment, web-based and mobile-based, that will support more efficiently their effort to raise language awareness of the target mobility EU languages and to develop European intercultural knowledge covering all EU cultures. The second objective is to foster the open education, European multicultural and multilingual vision to all OPENLang Network members. So this is the full list of outputs of the project. We will present those in the next sessions. So I will very briefly mention those right now. So the first output of the project has to do with mapping the language learning profile of mobility participants of Erasmus+. The second output has to do with the OPENLang with the pedagogical and design framework of the OPENLang Network. The third output is the language placement tests for all European languages. The fourth output is the quality framework, which is very important in order to be able to have access to high quality language OERs. The fifth output has to do with an e-toolkit that we have developed for open language resources and practices. The sixth output is our platform. This is the platform where all the services, courses, activities of the project are offered for free to the public. The seventh output has to do with our MOOC, the development and the delivery of our MOOC to mobility participants, to language teachers, but also to the general public. And finally, we have in output 10, the learning analytics report, and also a sustainability plan in output 11. Right, so I will now introduce the rest of this team, which I've had the pleasure of working with for the past 3 years. First of all, we have the University of Macedonia in Greece, who are coordinating this project. Then me and my team at the Open University in the UK, in Milton Keynes. And then Cyprus, University of Technology in Limassol, Cyprus, and finally Pixel in Florence, Italy. So I'll give the floor to Maria Perifanu and Anastasios Economidis to present their institution. Maria and Anastasios, I can move the slides for you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I am Anastasios Economidis. I am the project coordinator of OPENLang Network, and Maria Perifanu is the scientific coordinator, and all scientific work is directed and organized by Maria. Another person in our group is Dr. Katerina Zafilku. She is an ICT expert, and she also works in all packages. And finally, Ms. Maria Tsirogeni, who is the project administrator. We are belonging in the SMILE lab. This is a lab that I direct. It's the Smart Mobile Interactive Learning Environments at the University of Macedonia. Maybe next slide. Okay. Here you see some pictures from Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki is the city on the north part of Greece. It's the second city in Greece after Athens. And you see also some pictures from our university. And the SMILE lab is an official lab at the University of Macedonia. Next slide. Okay, what do we do in the SMILE lab? As the name says, it is basically directed toward mobile learning environments, but not only mobile, but any kind of online teaching, learning, assessment. Also, we do research on such issues like open education, MOOCs, open educational resources, computer-based, mobile-based assessment, game-based learning, learning analytics, and everything that has to do with technology-enhanced learning, with specialties also on language teaching and learning, and also call. So we do also development in these areas and training. And actually we have also trained various teachers of secondary and first level of education on digital technologies, how they should use digital technologies in teaching and transferring their knowledge to their students. Next slide, please. Okay, currently we run these projects. The first one is the OPENLang Network project that ends at the end of this month. Also,
sorry, it seems that we have a slight problem. I'll put Anastasios back as a presenter. Okay, go ahead, Anastasios. Can you hear me? Okay, you're back on.
Okay.
Sorry about
yes,
that.
we can hear each other. Okay, that's good. For a moment, as I thought something happened. Okay. So we have these projects, and we are, as I said, after 3 years, we are also closing digital competencies for language teachers, and it's an interconnected, let's say, project with the OPENLang. So we are all also in this project working on OERs, open educational practices, digital skills of language teachers. So it's all about training as well. So they are very well connected. We have also DETEL. Again, it's a project that it will continue. This one, it's about technology enhanced learning and training of PhD students who are working in this area. We have also Karat, another project that has to do with artificial intelligence and augmented reality, but it has to do with our cultural heritage, and more or less it's targeted more to another field, touristic field, let's say. But it's also very, very interesting because we have created an application on how you can explore Thessaloniki and Athens and explore the nice, let's say, all this, the treasure that we have, the archaeological treasure that we have in our cities. We have the Pastille project. Again, it is a language-oriented project. It has to do with open educational resources, but for language learning and teaching, so it's also very connected. We have first-time project that has to do with women in STEM, and here it's also a very interesting project that is still running. And the last one that we have, and it is a new one, it has to do with telepresence robots in education. And in this one, we explore how we can use telepresence robots in language education, but also in other fields of education. So we are very, very happy with this as well, because it's the first time that we're working on a project with robots. So it is very, very nice. So we're happy to be here today also in our in this celebrating the event of celebration that we have for the OPENLang Network. It is closing, but we're so happy that it is closing successfully, and we will continue, of course, our collaboration with all this work that we have done. So thank you very much, Alex, for
thank
for
you,
passing the
Maria.
word to us.
Thank you, Maria and Anastasios. I will briefly present our university and my institute, the Knowledge Media Institute. I am Alexander Mikrogenides, research fellow at the Open University and also project technical manager of the OPENLang Network. The Open University, very briefly, we are one of the largest universities in Europe with more than 180,000 students formally studying our courses every year, and a lot more informal users using our open educational resources and MOOCs. 38% of all the part-time undergraduates in the UK are taught by us. 1 in 8 students, Open University students, has a disability. We are truly open. We don't have formal entry requirements. We have a particular. We are committed to giving second chances, a second chance to students that are disadvantaged, to students that are already in work, and we are closely working with the industry. For example, we have several employers using OU learning solutions to develop their workforce. And my institute, the Knowledge Media Institute, this was founded in 1995 and is a strategic R&D center for the Open University. We are at the forefront of research on semantic web and new media technologies. We are about 90 people from more than 20 different nationalities, and we also have a thriving internship program. We are mostly externally funded from national and European funded projects. We do grounded research, solving fundamental problems by creating generic solutions which are applied to concrete user settings. We strive to have high academic and user impact. And we are also collaborating with blue chip companies like SMEs and also universities, governments, local communities, charities, schools, and more. Right, so I'm going to pass now the floor to Panagiotis Kosmas and Antigoni Parmaxi from Cyprus University of Technology. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everyone, and thank you all for being here today. So my name is Antigoni Parmaxi. I'm the communication and risk manager of this project, and together with Panagiotis Kosmas and Irini Christou, we will present the entities that are behind the Cyprus University of Technology, that is Social Computing Research Center and the Cyprus Interaction Lab. Next slide, please. The two entities that are supporting the OPENLang project from the Cyprus University of Technology are the Social Computing Research Center and the Cyprus Interaction Lab. Next slide, please. The Social Computing Research Center is a newly established multidisciplinary research center of the university that it is committed at social computing research in a broad sense, creating a hub for high-impact multidisciplinary research in this area and addressing the key societal challenges. Next slide, please. Cyprus Interaction Lab revolves around two main research domains, educational technology and human-computer interaction inclusive design. It is the only research lab in Cyprus that focuses exclusively in these areas. Next slide, please. More specifically, the research at the Cyprus Interaction Lab aims to understand the significant supportive and mediating role of technology in promoting learning, communication, collaboration, and social change in varied real-world contexts and settings, and produces and disseminates educational technology and HCI research with real-world impact. The facilities behind the Cyprus Interaction Lab is a UX accessibility lab that includes various facilities like eye tracking, tracking glasses, BCI, Neurolog sensors, and other technologies, as well as interaction design and learning design infrastructure with technologies that include humanoid robots, Lego, Mindstorms, Raspberry Pi, and 3D printers. Next slide, please. The team behind the Cyprus Interaction Lab involves academics, postdoctoral researchers, students, and collaborating researchers that have visited or are still visiting the Cyprus Interaction Lab.
Thank you, Antigone. I'll give the floor now to Antonio Giordano from Pixel in Italy to talk about his organization. The floor is yours, Antonio.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Good. Good morning, everybody. I won't ask Alex to move to the next slide because I have just one slide, so it will be easy for you. So I'm Antonio Giordano from Pixel. Pixel is a training agency in Florence, Italy, and we usually give support to the implementation and the management of European projects. So about our activities, yes, this is just a picture of what we do: organization of international education and training initiatives, direct submission and management of European projects, as well as supports in submission and management of European projects, organization of international events and conferences in the field of education. In particular, we have 3 yearly conferences, one in March, which is named after New Perspectives in Science and Education, another one in June, which is the future of education, and the last one, which is more, I would say, interesting for this project as well, is in November, and it is about innovation in language learning. And then we also organize international study visits, mobilities, and exchanges. We are involved in these projects with this interesting partnership composed by friends rather than colleagues. And we are involved in several other projects, and we are happy for the results that we reached in the framework of the OPENLang Network projects.
Thank you, Antonio. So I will now move to the next presentation, which is from Panagiotis Kosmas from Cyprus University of Technology, which is about findings of the OPENLang Network project survey. I will share your slides, Panagiotis. Hopefully, you should be able to take control. We will find.
Now, can you see me?
We can see you and hear you. Yes.
I from sunny Limassol. Okay.
I think you can request control.
take control. Yeah.
Yes, great. Okay.
Okay. Now, can you see the presentation in a full screen? Because
yes.
Okay.
We can see it in full screen. You should be able to see the presenter mode.
Yeah. That's right. Okay. Great. Thank you, Alex. Hello, everyone. My name is Panagiotis Kosmas. I am a member of the Cypriot team. I have worked for this project together with Antigoni Parmaxi and Irini Christou. And this is the first output of the project, mapping the language learning profile of the Erasmus Plus K1 mobility participants. I will share with you the results that we have received so far. These are the preliminary results we have, because the survey is still open for 1 more week. So the aim of this output is first to identify, analyze, and present them and gather the needs, focusing on the language and cultural needs of the people who participated in this kind of mobilities in the context of Erasmus Plus Key Action 1, and provide a piece of new knowledge regarding the Erasmus participant profiles. Our overarching aim is to emphasize to the need of building in new strategies in order to further enhance the mobility in the context of Erasmus Plus and enhance generally the idea of multilingualism across Europe. We believe that our results and this report from the first output will inform people who want to participate in the mobility about the possible language and cultural requirements and needs, and that's why we have created the platform based on their specific needs. It will be also helpful for higher education institutions and other Erasmus Plus offices and officials, because our conclusions from the research stage will help them to design or create better policies and strategies in order to support all the participants before and during their mobility. We have adopted actually a mixed research method approach. We have collected quantitative data through an online survey, and we have conducted also semi-structured interviews with key stakeholders in the countries of the consortium, UK, Greece, Cyprus, and Italy. More specifically, the questionnaire, the aim of the questionnaire is to address the language and cultural needs of the Erasmus Plus mobility participants, but also to identify their motivation and expectation and the challenges that they faced during their mobilities. For that reason, the questionnaire is divided into four actually parts, including questions regarding their overall experience, about their language and cultural needs, and about their preferences in an online learning environment. As I said before, we have also conducted some semi-structured interviews in order to collect additional information for identifying the linguistic and cultural needs of all the participants. In total, we have conducted 9 semi-structured interviews with key stakeholders in the area in all the countries of the consortium. Now, the preliminary results, the results that we have received and analyzed so far, we have 497 responses in total, but we included in our analysis the 282 responses, fully completed questionnaires, and actually the people who participated in a mobility. We have people from 32 different countries. The majority of them were higher education students who participated in the mobility in the context of their studies. About the duration, most of them participated in a mobility for more than a month, but we have an indicative percentage from people who participated in a mobility less than a month, mainly school or higher education staff. And we decided to include also the short-term participants in our analysis. Regarding their motivation and focusing on their expectation and motivations to participate in a mobility, the majority of the participants choose to be involved in those activities in order to gain academic, work, or study experience in another European Union country, while other reasons and motivations include improve their academic or professional qualifications, improve language skills for specific purposes. Now, regarding their linguistic challenges, based on the responses that we have received, it seems that the biggest challenge, according to the participant, is to communicate in everyday instances during their mobility. Other challenges include the difficulty to understand the academic language and understand some regional accents or dialects in the host country. Regarding the participants' learning preferences in an online language learning environment, the higher percentage, almost the 70% of the participants, prefer the information to be presented in a visual way, using images, videos, and generally spatial understanding. And a smaller percentage of people who responded to the questionnaire preferred other ways of information to be presented. Now, regarding the qualitative data that we have received from the interview sessions, our thematic analysis focus on the following themes: linguistic needs, cultural needs, benefits of the mobility, and some recommendations in order to build the platform and to be considered in our research. According to the responses obtained, the linguistic needs of both outgoing and incoming participants, it's an important factor for effective and successful mobility. The interviewees pointed out some linguistic and cultural needs of the participants that they faced during their mobility, and they highlighted that these challenges probably affect their motivations and expectations of the mobility. Interviews also argued that this kind of mobilities, even short-term mobilities or long-term mobilities, offers a lot to the participants, enabling them to develop some important personal, social, or academic skills, such as developing collaborations, adaptability, intercultural communication, involvement of language skills, professional opportunities to work in another European country, communication skills, of course, and developing some important academic competencies. To conclude, combining the results of questionnaires and interviews, we found that the participants of mobility in the context of Erasmus Plus Mobility Key Action 1 need, of course, linguistic support via different methods. The linguistic needs for both outgoing and incoming participants is an important factor for the successful mobility. It seems that this is the main priority of the participants. So the language support before and during their mobilities. And last, but not least, it is one of them. It is one important and significant result that we found, that those people who would like to participate in a mobility would enjoy the use of an open educational resource in order to enhance and support their language skills during the mobility. So, as I said before, the online survey is still open for one more week, and we would love to receive your experiences if you have participated in this kind of mobilities. So the survey is still open, and I can share with you the link in order to fill in the survey. That's all from my side. Alex, if you can take the link from the presentation and put it in the chat. Thank you very much.
Oh, will do. Thank you, Panagiotis. So, as Panagiotis mentioned, yeah, it's really important to understand the needs, the language learning and cultural awareness needs. So we invite you all. We warmly invite you to please give us your feedback through this survey, so that we can better understand your needs and communicate those with the with the relevant Erasmus agencies. So we can now take a short break until 11 GMT for roughly 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. And when we come back, we will have the pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker, Rob Farrow from the Open University, who will talk to us about the state of the art for innovation with open educational resources. So grab a coffee, take a screen break, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you have had a good break. So in this second part of our multiplier event, we will start with our second keynote speaker, Rob Farrow. Rob Farrow is a senior research fellow here at the Open University, and specifically at the Institute of Educational Technology. So I introduced his bio in my initial presentation, but very briefly, for anyone who was not here, Rob has a leading role within the Open Education Research Hub since 2012, which is focused on providing an evidence base for the impact of OER and also building research capacity globally. And also, Rob is very well known from other OER initiatives, the Hewlett-funded, for example, OPENLang Network, also known as AllNet, the OER Research Hub, the OER World Map, and also the very, very active community of the Global OER Graduate Network, the GoGN, and the UK Open Textbooks projects. So without further ado, I will hand over the floor to Rob to share his slides and start his keynote. The floor is yours, Rob.
Thank you very much. I am just going to share my slides. There we go. So thank you very much. Thanks for that introduction, and thanks for the invitation to come and share some thoughts with everyone here today. While I'm showing my screen like this, I can't see the chat. So if there is anything that you need to get my attention for, please just say something.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Okay, so what I'd like to talk to you about today are some of the innovation vectors around open educational resources and also open educational practices, and look at how innovation can be supported through openness in lots of different ways. And also, I guess, OER themselves are an innovation, but also what OER respond to, copyright, was also an innovation at the time as well. So I'm sort of being a bit sort of value neutral about innovation itself, I suppose, but I'm interested in trying to explore the connection with openness. So I assume most people in this event know what open educational resources are. When I refer to OER, I'm talking about materials that can be used for teaching, learning and research that may or may not be digital, but they're either in the public domain or released under an open license, like a Creative Commons license. And this is the kind of standard definition as I understand it. So why are OER interesting? There's an evidence base which has grown quite a lot over the last few years, which suggests that OER have a positive effect on learning and teaching, and they do so without compromising quality. And there's a caveat here about, hang on a second, I think my slides seem to be going forward on their own. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe it's some sort of timing thing I put in there by accident. We'll progress. So interested in things like improving access to education and training, reducing the cost of education and training materials, facilitating more diversity in education, better use of intellectual property.
Rob, sorry to interrupt you. We can't see your slides right now.
Okay, that's interesting. Let me try sharing the screen again.
It's Microsoft Teams. You would think that they have worked out all the
Teams, PowerPoint, both Microsoft, but no.
Yeah, it's the same company, isn't it? Yeah. You would think that they would manage to streamline those integration. Yes, we can see your screen now.
Okay, let's give that a try. I've also turned off the timing thing, which I'm not sure why that was activated. So why are we interested in OER? There's also things like more flexible delivery, different ways of delivering stuff online, and also improved feedback loops and the ability to change what we're doing more quickly and more responsively around that. So there's different levels to which someone might become involved in being open and using OER. And at one level, it's just a kind of, a simple shift. I was using a proprietary resource, now I'm using something open, or the resources that I create myself, maybe I now put them on an open license. And that's a sort of micro level, right up to big national initiatives, creating national repositories, all that sort of thing, international delivery of courses, like with FutureLearn or that kind of thing. So there's what I would call an emergent paradigm around this, but it's in some ways a kind of loose paradigm, because openness can be realized in lots of different ways. And this is part of the great potential that it has to support innovation, because openness is not a doctrine. It's not a single way of doing things. It's about empowering people to have more autonomy and more choices in their own practice, and to sort of support that in others as you go along through sort of different community level approaches. So sometimes you can call that open educational practices, and got no issue with that. But I think it's worth recognizing that open educational practices is itself a slightly sort of vague term. It's a bit of a catch-all, where whatever I do with an OER can be considered an open educational practice. But the main sort of expressions of this stuff are OERs, MOOCs, and what we call open educational practice. So just to sort of backtrack a little bit, Alex mentioned the OER Research Hub, which was the first one of the first big projects around OER research that I worked on. We ended up at the end of OER Research Hub in around 2015, taking on this OER Hub identity, so keeping it beyond the life of the project. And the OER Hub identity is the one where we've done, you know, lots of different projects using that kind of idea, that identity. But OER Research Hub started in 2012, and we were funded by Hewlett Foundation to do the first sort of global research into the impact of OER. And we worked with lots of different partners who you can see here, some very big players in the sort of open space, but also some quite small, newer initiatives as well. But it was a big program of research involving lots of different countries and creating quite a big evidence base, and the first one really at the time. And the way that this research was organized is around hypotheses. And in this case, the hypotheses were things that people were already wanting to claim about OER. So, for instance, to take the first one, people were saying using OER is improving our students' satisfaction. So, okay, we would say, well, what's the evidence? What have you got around this? The evidence for some of these looks different, right? Some of them are more qualitative, some of them are more sort of narrative, some of them are more quantitative. But on the whole, we found decent support for most of these. We found particularly good support for the idea of saving money, it's the finance hypothesis. We also found for the openness hypothesis, which is where people use OER differently, and also the reflection hypothesis, where educators were using OER and then reporting that their practice was changing as a result to become more critical and more reflective. So they're thinking a bit more about what they're doing rather than just, okay, here's your textbook, let's move on to the next page, and it's all set out for you as a teacher. I don't want to go into the real detail of all of this research, because you can just go and look at the report for yourself. There's a quite accessible report that we produced. And you can go to oerhub.net/reports to look those up. And so since then, we've seen more and more evidence around the impact of OER, particularly USA-based stuff, where there's a very specific use case for OER and open textbooks, particularly because the cost of textbooks is outrageous. There's a lot of motivation for people to move on to open textbooks, which are, you know, a straight swap. You can just swap out the proprietary textbook for an open one, and it's relatively easy to quantify the amount of money saved, because you've gone from whatever the cost of the original textbook was down to, you know, often nothing for the open version. And so there's lots of evidence around that, and there's a kind of formula for doing that sort of research now, and it's quite organized. And the work that David Wiley and John Hilton have done and support amongst younger researchers has produced a really strong evidence base around this. But I would also want to say, outside of that specific use case, we're still learning quite a lot about specific impacts of openness, often because they're quite diverse and they have, you know, lots of different things going on. And unless you're doing sort of case studies that are very contextual and specific, you can miss a lot about the context. And essentially, what this means is it's harder for us to make general claims about OER and say, if you move in this direction, if you start being open in this way, it will lead to X, Y, Z, because X, Y, Z are often quite specific and contextual. I think it's also fair to say that, you know, I talked a bit earlier about how people have different levels of commitment to this stuff. There's also an element where some people are quite pragmatic about it and they see OER as just the solution to a problem, and other people are more ideological about it and they have a bit more skin in the game when it comes to the ethics side, for instance, and the social justice side, and also around just IP and copyright, and wanting to support the commons ideologically, rather than just because, well, it helps me just to get my teaching resources sorted out for this semester or whatever. So the thing that I'm more interested in with all this is the idea of empowering people through moving in the direction of openness. And I'll return to this theme a bit later on. But I just want to put it out there at the moment, this idea that when we move in the direction of openness, ultimately what we're trying to do is enhance our own sense of autonomy or empowerment or freedom to enable new ways of acting. I see this as quite important to the idea of openness as a sort of unifying and organizing theme. After the initial phase of OER Research Hub ended, one idea that we had for a kind of follow-up to this was to have a consultation exercise. And we're also, we're interested in here partly around thinking, can we explore openness as a way of generating insight? So can we leverage the network that we've built through this research? Can we be transparent and encourage transparency in others about, what's going to happen in the world of OER? What should we be looking at? What should we be researching in the future? So in 2016, we did some survey work with open education leaders and also did workshops at a series of conferences, including the Hewlett OER Grantee Meeting, OE Global, OER 16. We did some work with the GoGN, Global OER Graduate Network, and some other conferences and meetings. And we collected quite a lot of qualitative data from people about just what they thought the priorities should be. And I'm just going to present them to you now quickly under a sort of series of thematic clusters. But I think they're interesting for two reasons. Firstly, what did people think we were looking at in 2016? Where were things going to go? But also, did it work like that? Are these the things that people are still focused on? And have we been successful in some of these things? So the first theme was around open practice and pedagogy, and trying to, I guess, explore more fully this idea of open pedagogy. Is it more than just using OER? Some people suggest that it's about better involvement of learners in the pedagogical process. So more kind of transparency about what's going on and being open to feedback and that kind of thing. But we also had people at the time interested in things like micro-credentials, which are obviously quite popular at the moment. The European MOOC Consortium and others have proposed a kind of European-wide approach to micro-credentialing. Also looking at things like the role of OER in lifelong learning and professional development. OER is still not very prevalent in professional development, I would say. There's very little awareness actually of OER outside higher education. But perhaps interestingly for this audience, OER for language development was also a theme that emerged at this time. I'm not really in a position to say whether there's been that much progress of that, but you probably are. Secondly, OER impact research, and a lot of this relates to the kind of efficacy studies that I mentioned, the sort of Wiley-Hilton stuff, looking at how much money's been saved, what's been the impact on results and student achievement and that kind of thing. It's kind of USA centric, but there's been massive progress on this in terms of building up that evidence base, with a very clear sort of advocacy element, very clear goals. So the first goal is move an open textbook into the place of the proprietary textbook. That's the first step, and it will have immediate kind of payoffs if you do that. And so it's much more organized and focused in some ways in the USA as a result. Less has been done on this outside the USA, and where it is done, it's a bit more diffuse and varied. On the theme of advocacy, like people are interested in sort of how do we promote adoption of OER? How do we encourage people to adapt and remix stuff that's out there? I would say that this idea of awareness of OER is still a pretty big issue. Most people are not aware of OER, and even in something like the general online pivot around the COVID-19 pandemic, commercial providers were much quicker to move into that space and say, here's your solution. Or, you know, it could have been a very good opportunity for open approaches to take hold. So that's still an ongoing concern, I would say. There was also interest in what I would sort of term as an open educational practice aspect. How do we create the right kinds of communities? And we heard about communities of practice earlier. How do we create the right kind of environments and connections between people that we can facilitate open approaches and share the results, and also expand the opportunities that come up to more diverse audiences as well. This is an area where I think there's still quite a lot of interest, technology and infrastructure, and I'm going to come back to this a bit later as well. People are interested in how do we link up all of the stuff that's going on? How do we make sense of it in terms of international protocols, metadata? How do we make sure that the digital formats and technologies we use are primed in the best possible way for people to use them and reuse them? And I think you have things like H5P now pushing and standardizing some of this stuff, but it's still definitely an ongoing concern, especially if we think about it at this kind of ecosystem level. How do we make sure that we're sort of developing a healthy ecosystem for OER? Ethical issues were raised. I would say that some of the stuff here was slightly more e-learning ethical issues rather than OER and openness specifically. I would say the main difference or divergence here has been much more focus on social justice as an ethical component of open. And we've seen in the last maybe 3 or 4 years quite a lot of papers and initiatives around this idea of openness and OER as a way of facilitating social justice. And thinking about sort of openness itself, I think anyone who's interested in openness can't have failed to notice that there are lots of different ideas about what's going on when people talk about openness. And it can be this very specific, it's just this sort of textbook rather than this kind of textbook. But increasingly, I think it's seen as a wider commitment to social and ethical and political principles and ideals. And I think there's a slight sort of tension here between really endorsing that and really sort of getting behind that, but retaining an openness element where it can't be an orthodoxy. It can't just be a single way of doing things, because that's kind of contrary to the idea of openness as a sort of ideal or principle. It can't be a dogma. It has to remain open, and it has to be about empowering people rather than encouraging people to toe a particular line or do things in a particular way. So I think there's a balance to be struck there, which I'm going to return to again at the end. Another way to frame these kind of things at a very macro level is, on one hand, there's a desire for control and predictability, especially amongst practitioners. So people who are advocating for OER in their own institution, they want to find a solution to the problems that they're faced with. And that could be, for instance, the cost of textbooks, or it could be, we're using an out-of-date textbook and we need to move to something better, but the new one's, not right or whatever. We need to create something ourselves. So these are often locally rooted concerns. And here the idea is I need to be in control of this because I need it to solve the problem that I'm trying to use it to solve. And at the other end of the scale, the interest in openness is more about innovation in a broader, less well-defined sense, more abstractly. And this is more to do with an ideological commitment towards openness. And if you ask people who are advocates, they almost always say that they have this ideological interest and they think there's something more just or more justifiable about openness. Which I think this is an interesting, I mean, some people, I would say, probably move from the former to the latter, right? So they start off with trying to solve a practical problem and then become more interested in the values and so on. So another project that we did after this is BizMOOC. BizMOOC was an Erasmus Plus project. And the focus here was on leveraging the potential of MOOC for European businesses. And so there were business partners in the project and there were academic partners. And the idea was to try and understand what are the barriers to better coordination and cooperation between these sectors. So 3 MOOCs were produced as part of this, one of which was on innovation, more, not so much OER and innovation, but just innovation as a concept. There is a book which you can access online on it's on the previous page, that's moocbook.pressbooks.com. And there's a section in here on fostering innovation, looking at MOOCs. It's not very long, but it captures some of the stuff that we worked on in this project. And here the idea is that MOOCs let you experiment, and they let you experiment with bigger groups and more diverse groups. And so you can try different approaches to lifelong learning or professional training and that kind of thing. And so this comes down on the sort of CMOOC constructivist side of the MOOC description. So it's not about scaling up so much as involving people in different ways and encouraging community development and community activities. So so there you can see there's a sort of a similar idea that, it's about empowering people rather than, saying, look, MOOCs are an innovation, you must move in this direction. Subsequently to this, we had another project, which was mentioned before, the UK Open Textbook project. And between 2018 and 2019, what we did was try to assess the readiness of the UK academia for open textbooks in the USA style. And we did this in various different ways, including taking some of these resources from people like OpenStax and Open Textbook Network, very high quality OER, taking them into British universities, taking them into book fairs and sort of commercial events, getting feedback. We also ran some focus groups in different universities, did some case studies, and I believe Southampton may have been one of those from the top of my head. And some of the surprising things that came out of this were lots of people were already using open textbooks, but no one knew, including their colleagues, because it just wasn't really a thing that people sort of spoke about, or it was not part of the main offering that they had for their courses. So it might be that they had someone who was particularly advanced or something, especially in FE colleges. They were being directed towards an open textbook. Also, people were sort of remixing stuff and localizing as well, because obviously these USA originating textbooks are using imperial measures and that sort of thing, rather than metric systems. So some of it had to be localized, and also the spelling and that kind of thing is also a slight issue. But people were already doing it, but in silos. So they're not sharing with anyone. They're just using it in the sort of pragmatic way. They're solving a problem with it, but they're not doing it in such a way that other people can benefit from that. So what you often find is that it's just not joined up. People are not aware of what's happening outside of their own context. But the reasons why people were using open textbooks are often the same as you would find in the USA. They give you immediate access. The books are free. You can engage in those 5 R's, behaviors, remixing and so on. And the overall sort of things around the quality and all that sort of stuff were endorsed. So there was no question about the quality not being there. One thing to note is that textbooks are not used in the same way in the UK as they are in the USA, which when I was at university as a student, I studied philosophy. We didn't have a textbook exactly, we would just read primary text, and that's pretty common in the humanities. In the US, it's more common to use a textbook, and standardization of education at state level, for instance, is more common. In Europe, the cost of textbooks is not as big an issue. But linguistic diversity is definitely a bigger issue because we have so many languages. And one of the areas that we identified as particularly relevant for Europe was this provision for smaller markets, or particularly those that are not profitable enough for a commercial publisher to be interested, because it's a less used language, for instance. And so there's a lot of potential there for people to use open textbooks to solve that specific issue. So the textbook thing is still sort of unfolding, I would say, in the UK. There's still a lot of potential there. And there's definitely people using open textbooks and other OER to innovate in their own practice. What we don't really have is a networked approach. And one of the areas where we explore networks a bit is the Global OER Graduate Network, which is mentioned in the introduction. And GoGN is a global network. We've got about 350 members, approximately 100 to 150 of those are doctoral or postdoctoral students working in open education. And the administration of this network came to the OER Hub team in about, I want to say 2017. And so it's also funded by Hewlett. And the goals of this network are, firstly, to raise the profile of open education research. Secondly, to offer support for people who are doing doctoral research in this area, but also to explore openness itself as a process of research and as a kind of way of doing research and a way of forming a community. And the network is pretty successful. We have some pretty good feedback, and it's not so much just about people who are interested in OER. It's also finding a community, finding a network which itself is open and which allows people, firstly, a space to feel free to explore this stuff, but also as a sort of set of resources for you to leverage. There's other people who are kind of in this reciprocal relationship and are interested in openness. Before the pandemic, one of the main things that we did was we'd have an annual intensive 2-day workshop closely connected to a conference. But increasingly, we had to do more stuff online, and it's kind of, a challenge that obviously a lot of people have faced. But it's enabled us to connect with more of our members more regularly in some ways. But as part of this idea of to support this kind of annual workshop, when we rebranded in the current phase of our grant, we had this idea of the golden age of travel was our kind of theme, and the idea would be, this is your ticket to this network, this wider world of making connections and exploring openness. And one of the ways that we've tried to do this within the network is through producing documents and stuff to help people in their research. And the way we do this is through asking people to share insights about what they do, which they wouldn't normally share. So, for instance, we have a research methods handbook. This won an award last year at the Open Education Global Conference. And the first half is basically the sort of stuff that you might find in any research methodology guide. So a discussion of the philosophical foundations, different paradigms of research, practical advice on just managing a research project and that kind of thing. But there are also elements in there which are about open research specifically. So what does open research look like? You know, how do you approach different stakeholders? How do you disseminate your results more openly? How do you be an open practitioner? That kind of thing. But then the second half of the handbook is testimony from our members about specific research methods that they used in their own PhD work, and what worked and what didn't, and what lessons did you learn, and what advice would you have for someone coming in who's interested in the same sorts of things as you and the same sorts of methods, straight from the horse's mouth, as it were. What advice can you give them? And so this is not really a typical way of writing these kind of things, and it relies on people being willing to share openly the good, the bad, and the ugly about what they've been doing in their research. But as an open practice, it's proved pretty successful. In the handbook, you can find so another aspect of this is we wanted to make it much more approachable than most doctoral research guides. So here you can see a fairly sort of packed graphic. We have a penguin theme, which maybe I'll talk about it in the questions if you really want to know why. But we tried to use this graphic style to make it all a bit more approachable, and also to kind of encourage people to share their stuff and share their perspectives as much as possible. And partly what we're trying to do here is collectively come to an understanding about what is open research, what is openness in research, what are open educational practices in research, and how can we try to arrive at helpful definitions or understandings of them. A couple of months ago, we published a companion volume. Same sort of structure. So the first half is like an essay, and then the second half is testimony. And the focus here is on conceptual frameworks and the role of conceptual frameworks in research. This is something that I found to be quite sort of underexplored in the literature. And I learned quite a lot when I was writing my sections about how conceptual frameworks are understood and different ways of describing them. So I won't go into all this now. The book is available for anyone who wants to have a look on the OER Hub website, sorry, the GoGN website. But again, a very useful exercise and an example of open practice and pushing the envelope a little bit in terms of what is the expectation of a researcher? What does it mean to be open and networked? What does it mean to be part of an open community? We also do regular reviews of publications in the field. So summer 2020, we just published our winter 2021. And what we do here is we get our members to review short, like 500 word reviews of different papers that have just come out. And again, it's an exercise in sharing, it's an exercise in open practice, and it's an exercise in leveraging a network to the benefit of all the people who are in the network. So no one could read all the stuff that's out there, but if we break it up and some people read different papers and share their thoughts, all of us develop a bit of a better collective understanding about what's going on in the area. Another project that started this year and will run till the end of 2023 is another Erasmus Plus project. And this is the European Network for Catalyzing Open Resources in Education, or ENCORE. And here you can see the project partners. So there's ICDE, there's DHBW in Germany, the Open University, UNIR, another distance university, Knowledge for All Foundation, Jubel, who make the H5P platform, FPM in Milan, Canvas, who provide Instructure, and Dublin City University. And the motivation for this project is to support the uptake of OER in Europe, but also to facilitate and catalyze innovative practice between education and business. And a large part of the approach, which I'll explain in a second, is about developing stakeholder communities around this. And if you look at the distribution of OER in Europe, this is from the OER World Map, which is the most comprehensive, but perhaps not complete representation of OER activity, actors, organizations, projects, outputs, and so on for the entire world. And if you look at the picture in Europe, you've got more than 1,400 organizations, 900 services, 500 projects, and 300 policies in support of OER. That's quite a lot of stuff going on. And certainly when we were doing the OER Research Hub project, there was nothing like that much there, or if there was, it wasn't really catalogued or coordinated in this way. But it's still kind of fragmented. And sometimes that's because of just geographical or national or political boundaries. Sometimes it's to do with disciplinary or linguistic differences. Sometimes it's to do with governmentality and that kind of thing. But there's a lot of disparity in the European picture. So the Encore project has 5 major sort of elements of its needs analysis. The first one being we need better links between business and academia. The second being that we need more joined up approaches to OER technologies and especially repositories. The third being that we need more effective policy and strategy guidance across Europe. Number 4 is around the need for consensus for quality measures in OER. And then the 5th one is around the need for improved and validated models for business and innovation, which include OER. And they can be in higher education, or in the private sector, or working between the two. And so that's the bit of work that I lead on this project. Crucially, the idea is that you have to understand that there's an ecosystem which is emerging and needs to be sustained. And this is, this came up earlier as a sort of concern. Once the project funding runs out, what happens? How do we make all these things sustainable? In our case, the intention is to develop 4 what we call circles, which are essentially communities of practice. And you can see them here on the inner ring of the graphic. So policies and practice, quality, technology, and innovation are the 4 circles that are currently being developed. I'll say a bit more about that in a second. Just to sort of pause for a second and just explore what we mean by innovation. I think there's still a tendency to think of these things at a micro level, and I've got Archimedes in the bath here, the eureka moment where you discover something and it's like, oh, I've invented this now. I'm going to be disruptive and innovate and do these things. But I think the considered view around innovation is actually more like the text on the right. It's not about individuals changing what they do to pragmatically solve a problem or whatever. It's about things happening at the level of community, the level of society as a whole. And so it has to be encultured. It has to be something that changes practice. And that involves a change in mindset as well as a change in behavior. So part of what we're doing here is looking at different theories of innovation and how they can be applied to OER. I'm just going to take a couple of examples from that at the moment. So here is the diffusion of innovations model. And what you're seeing here, the blue line represents the rate of adoption of a new practice or technology, and the yellow line indicates the overall saturation of the market. So as you can see, you start off with innovators, then there's a kind of big swathe of people in the middle, and then you have the people who are sort of latecomers at the end. And if you look at where OER is on this, so in the K-12 market, which is basically school in America, OER is now up to about a 5% share. And that's pretty big progress, but it's still a quite small amount actually. And that would put us very early on in the curve of all this stuff. And so there's still a question around, you know, if you buy into this model, there's still a question around, have we reached a sort of critical mass? How is this stuff now encultured enough that people will kind of keep going with it? Another model I want to talk about very briefly is the SAMR model, SAMR. And this is a model for the adoption of educational technology specifically. So first of all, new technology acts as a substitute for what you used to do. Secondly, you get tools that have a bit more functionality, lets you do something in an augmented way. Then you get into the realms of transformation. So your new approach is allowing you to significantly rethink how that works and eventually redefine the task that you were working with in the first place. And we can apply this to OER, for instance, open textbooks. First of all, you get the substitution. Now I'm using an open textbook where I was using a proprietary textbook, but I'm not doing anything differently necessarily. But that shouldn't be underestimated. More than $1 billion of savings have been tracked by Spark. But in a way, it's the less interesting bit, right? So then you get into the realms of augmentation. So now I can do things that I couldn't do with the proprietary book. I can freely share it, and I can start experimenting with it a bit. Then at the transformation level, I can remix what I'm doing. I can create new books based on my book and someone else's book, and I can create supplementary stuff, multimedia stuff on YouTube or assessments in the VLE and that kind of thing. And eventually you get to rethinking, maybe we don't need a textbook at all. Maybe there's a better way of doing this. Maybe there's superior ways of organizing curriculum. So we're interested in developing different theories and models of innovation in Encore, but we're also creating a tool based on these so that people will be able to audit themselves and evaluate their own activity and work out, where does this sit on the spectrum of possible innovations, and how innovative is my practice? There's also going to be quite a strong focus on business models for OER and finding ways to benchmark different forms of innovation, including technical innovation and possibly human innovation and community innovation and that sort of thing. I said a bit earlier about the circles. So the first set of circle meetings have already taken place. You can find write-ups for what's happened and what the outcomes are from those on the Encore project website. And I strongly encourage you to join a circle. You can sign yourself up, it's completely free. And it's a chance to network with other people who are interested in things that you're interested in, whether it's policy, technology, or whatever. The next round of circle meetings take place in February, and they'll be announced on the website. We also do a briefing every 6 months about what's happening at the moment in terms of innovation with OER, so innovative projects, new technologies, and that kind of thing. Again, that's all free to access, and I recommend that you sign up for the newsletter. And in April 2023, we'll be doing a showcase of innovation, which will draw together all the different things that we've found. There are also position papers for each circle, and these get renewed after each circle meeting. So we have an event and more people get the chance to have input, and then we redraft and improve. So again, I recommend taking a look at those and seeing if there's something that you would like to contribute to. That's encoreproject.eu. So just to wrap up, obviously there's lots that you can say about different ways of innovating with OER. And I've tried to suggest that we should really be focused on the ways that it can empower people rather than being prescriptive or dogmatic about what it means to be an open practitioner. And related to this is the idea that there is no one way of doing it. There is no essentialism with openness. It's always contextual. It's always about a specific context, something that you're trying to do. And to take it to a more sort of philosophical level, I would say when we talk about openness, whether it's open access, open data, OER, whatever, we're always saying that openness is essentially about removing some barrier. And it's always a sort of artificial or constructed or social barrier, like something like copyright, that's been sort of put in the way and stopping us from doing that. And so I would argue that for this reason, openness has to be understood as having an intimate connection with freedom, fundamentally about freedom, but it doesn't tell you how to use that freedom because that wouldn't be as free. So I think the real key thing with this is to always keep the focus on how people in their own context are being empowered, rather than to try to prescribe, we have to move in this direction, everyone has to do this kind of thing. It makes it more complicated in terms of coordinating activity, and you've got the risk of things happening in silos. But if you want to create an innovative culture, you have to reinforce this idea that it's about empowering people. So how do you do that? Here are some brief suggestions. Firstly, raising awareness about openness as an approach. The biggest barrier with all this stuff is still that most people are not familiar with anything around openness. It just doesn't, it's not on their horizon at all. Even in the most developed market in the US, you're talking about 5% saturation. I think we have to be focused on empowering individuals and finding ways to facilitate the exercise of their autonomy, encouraging people to experiment in their own practice and to feel empowered to do that. I think at the cultural level, we have to have constructive and critical approaches and communities. We have to maintain our attention at the level of the ecosystem, the commons, the global, if you like, that was mentioned earlier. Yeah, you're doing it for your own reasons, but part of the benefit of all this stuff is that you're able to share what you do and empower others. So that's really about using networks and understanding how networks relate to openness and open practices. So if you are interested in that particular strand of stuff, I've got some references here where I've kind of explored this stuff around empowerment and autonomy. And that's the end of my presentation. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'll take some questions if you have the time.
Thank you very much, Rob. It has been a really informative and insightful presentation. I think especially your last slide with the best practices for supporting OER innovation is a key takeaway of this talk. For me also, the research methods handbook is a key resource. And also a must read, not only for junior researchers, but also for more experienced researchers, because a lot of the times, even senior academics are not aware of open practices in research, on how to openly create and share new knowledge. So thanks again, Rob, for sharing all these great insights and resources. And we'll take some questions now. You can write in the chat or you can raise your hand. Anastasios, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Faro, for your inspiring speech. I have to make a question that we almost everyone recognize the need and the need for OERs, and probably most people are in favor of OERs. However, they don't contribute OERs. So how do you suggest that we can motivate people, everyone, to offer OERs, to create and offer creates? And let's make this case study. We have the OPENLang Network platform, and we want people to share OERs, and even these people that right now attend this online webinar. How do you suggest to persuade them, to motivate them, to offer OERs and populate our platform?
It's difficult, and it's difficult partly because for a lot of people, the open education stuff is not their core job, right? So their job might be to be an educator or whatever, and it's kind of something that they do in their spare time almost. Is the extra bit is to do OERs and to share them and so on, and even, like, asking them to maybe even like then go and upload it to a repository on top of that, or to evaluate what they're doing on top of that. It's a lot, especially when at the moment with the pandemic and everything, people are under a lot of different pressures. So there's not an easy answer to that. There's certainly not a blanket answer to that. I would say the root of it is awareness, and it's really like about understanding what's the economy of the commons, what's the economy of OERs, how does it work? And it relies on people essentially providing their labor, often for free. And if even when it's funded, as soon as the funding ends, all of a sudden people are not so motivated. So that's how I see the issue around all that. I'd say at one level, the key thing is taking people out of their isolation and making them feel more part of something networked and something bigger. Partly because they feel less than, like they're the lone warrior. You know, everything's on you to go out and sort of fight the system by producing OERs or something. The more people are involved in it, and the more it's a shared consideration, the easier it is, I think, to achieve things collectively. But I would say that the barrier for most people is still going to be awareness. You know, just not knowing, even if you've heard of OERs, having the confidence to actually produce them, apply an open license to it, and stick it in the right kind of repository. It's quite a lot to ask for the average person. And I think we could definitely do more to incentivize people by offering better career recognition for this kind of activity, because because awareness is quite low, a lot of the time people don't get don't get promoted because you've done an OER or something like that, whereas you might do if it was commercially recognized or something like that. So partly it's about awareness, partly it's about people feeling like they're better supported, and partly it's about better recognition for those activities in terms of a career progression. So yeah, I think also you could maybe articulate the values of it, depending on what kind of OER it is, then you can frame the benefits in something that's less connected to open. So for instance, we think that students will just prefer this way of working, and pointing to the evidence that says, open pedagogy or having greater student involvement in the production of resources leads to greater satisfaction, and that kind of thing. But mostly people don't have the time, is what I would suggest. It's very difficult to get people to do OER stuff because it's extra on their core job.
Okay, thank you. This project has done the first two stages. We have created awareness and training on OERs and some kind of certification, not very official certification, but we offer also certification in this project.
In theory, I mean, it could be that one day there's a kind of micro-credential for this stuff. You get some sort of more formal recognition for being an open practitioner. I don't know if there's scope at some level, a European-wide system of recognition. Maybe that's another project to work out, the finer points of that. But it does. there does need to be some different way of doing it other than seeing it as some sort of charity endeavor. You know, it's like, oh, you're such a nice person, you've produced some OERs. You know, it doesn't have to be like that at all, but that is normally, you know, how it's done.
Yeah, absolutely agree. There needs to be motivation, because, as Anastasios mentioned, this is considered quite usually as an extra burden, as something as something that is not recognized by a lot of academics and also academic institutions. So yeah, this is the way to go towards recognizing these efforts and contributing with open research practices.
Can I add something?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
First
Maria.
of all, many congratulations on Dr. Farrell for this inspiring presentation. Just only a comment on what you're discussing now. 2 days ago, we had also another discussion on that. And there was a teacher who was wondering how will she protect all the material that she has uploaded on the university Moodle. So she has done an amazing work. He has spent so many hours on working on that, and she was wondering, now what? Shall I, download it after, the conclusion of this of my work, and then who else will go and continue working to this? So she didn't know. This is what I'm saying. It is just an example. So it's not only that I'm creating something and I wanted to share it to someone, but I have also created something and I want to show that this is mine and I want to give it to you, but I don't know how to do it. So awareness, I totally agree with what you said, is the key word, is the key solution, first of all, because people don't know what all this is about.
In the example that you're talking about, it sort of depends on the university's policy, right? So when you create material for a course, who owns the copyright? It's not always you as the person that wrote it. The university may be the copyright holder, so that's a complication. You would think that forward-thinking institutions would happily release some of this stuff as OER, maybe not all of it, because they're still businesses, but a lot of the time, the people who make these decisions in universities don't have any idea about open approaches. They literally have no idea, and so they err on the side of caution every time. Or they send something for legal review, and the lawyers don't understand what a Creative Commons license does. So they say, no, this is too risky, right? So I think it's really about the culture throughout an institution, and it's about, as I say, awareness, but also I think it just takes time, right? I know that people have been doing OER stuff for 20 years or whatever now. It's still not that long, really. And so there's still, it takes a bit of time for things to filter through. I think also younger generations who've grown up with the internet are much more comfortable in that space of just creating stuff and sharing it and using it and okay, whatever, not worrying too much about copyright, frankly. And you see the social media, for instance, is full of stuff that's copyrighted, but it's just too much trouble to track it all down. Or so I think things are likely to evolve, but it might be gradual. I think a lot of this stuff already happens informally and in violation of copyright anyway, right? So people are sharing PDFs, people are sharing stuff online. In a way, the open licensing just legalizes that process, right? It just makes it legally valid rather than, it was already happening. People are already doing it. And a lot of the time, what you find is that educators create materials like lesson plans and curriculum stuff, but they only share it with a couple of colleagues in their institution. So it never goes out to any wider audience. And partly it's that idea of protecting your intellectual property, and people are, afraid, not without justification, they're afraid that their job will go, right, once the university has kind of extracted all of their IP from them. Right, we don't need you anymore now. You can go somewhere else, and we'll get some PhD students to teach your course because we've got all your ideas. That's a real fear that people have, and it acts as an inhibitor to sharing and doesn't really help anyone actually. So, so I think there's some deep cultural issues around this stuff and the way that higher education works, and where educators think that they're adding value to stuff. Because is the value in your IP? Or is it more what you do and how you interact with people? Because actually most people's IP is fairly, replaceable, right? And that's, you can see that with people, we need to get a new senior lecturer or a new professor, and you can do that, right? It's not that hard. There's plenty of people out there who can do that job. So I think people maybe get a bit too focused, especially researchers, a bit too focused sometimes on their own intellectual property and the idea that this is the most valuable thing that they contribute. In some ways, it should be the support that you're giving people and the things that they're achieving and the things you're achieving with other people, and expressing the right kind of values while you do it. That can be the focus for an open practitioner, rather than just focusing always on how do I make the most of my intellectual property in a higher education scenario. Without digressing too much, I was always taught when I was a PhD student only to publish my best stuff and only in the best journals. And that meant proprietary journals only, not open access, fly by night, who are these people journals. I didn't take that advice happily, right? But that is what I was taught to do. And that's what other people are being taught to do. And these things, it's going to take quite a lot of time and quite a lot of change in people's values and culture till we see this stuff more normalized. And until then, it exists as kind of innovation. It's things that people are doing which are kind of not part of their main job, because it can't be, because it's the innovation part. So I think eventually these things will filter through and they'll become much more normalized, but how long that will take, who knows? I can't really say. But that's definitely the direction that things are going, I would say.
Thank you so much for your feedback.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rob. We could continue this discussion forever, but unfortunately, I'm mindful of the time that we need to proceed with the next. We have quite a packed schedule for the rest of this event. So many thanks again, Rob, for giving this really engaging, really insightful talk. Lots of stuff to take away and reflect on. Thank you also for sharing your slides on SlideShare. You have already placed the link in the chat, and we will share them. We will share your slides together with the recording and also Kate's keynote slides in the project website. So many thanks again, Rob, and we can proceed with the next presentation, which is from Maria Perifano, which will be about the pedagogical and design framework of our project. So I will share the slides that Maria has prepared.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. Okay, so I'm starting, and
yes,
I will see my slides.
As soon as you see the slides, you can. You should request control.
Yes. Okay, I take control, and I think.
Great.
Okay, it's this one. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us today. Let me introduce again for those who just joined our session. I am Maria Perifano. I'm an Italian language teacher and a technology enhanced learning expert, a project manager and a senior researcher at the Smart and Mobile Interactive Lab of the University of Macedonia, Thessaloniki. I am also adjunct professor at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, the Department of Italian Studies at the Hellenic Open University in teaching English second language master program, teaching topics related to computer-assisted language learning. And I am also the scientific coordinator of the OPENLang Network and this project, and I'm very happy today to discuss and to show you how this, let's say, the platform that we have designed, what was the pedagogical background and the framework that we followed in order to design our platform. So I will discuss about a little bit about the research that we have done in order to create this pedagogical and design framework, and I was okay. According to Campbell and Stigler, as you see here, teaching a language online requires skills that are different from those used to teach language in face-to-face classroom. It is also different from teaching other subjects online. Online language teaching skills needed to build on one another in a kind of pyramid, from the most general skills forming a fairly broad base to an apex of individual and personal style. Meaningful communicative interaction would hardly take place in a classroom without social cohesion and would certainly not provide successful practice opportunities for communicative encounters. So as you understand, designing and building an open, collaborative online language learning environment, it's quite a huge challenge. But what we did in our project was to try to do something about this. And our challenge, the main challenge in this context was, as we said also in the introductory speech, it was to develop an OPENLang Network platform which envisages to connect all the Erasmus K1 mobility participants and in an informal and highly interactive environments which could support more efficiently their effort to develop their language skills of the target mobility European language. Of course, we open the platform to everyone, not only to those who are taking an Erasmus mobility, and you are very welcome to join us. So the designing, the research aims were to design, as I said, this open language learning environment, which could provide also multiple types of interaction for the learners. And this is a very, very challenging task. One of the main challenges also was to provide the opportunity to each learner for social interaction, language learning, input, output, authenticity, exposure, feedback, and learner autonomy, which are key factors for a successful language learning. So as you understand, also this factor of providing multiple types of interaction was a quite huge challenge for us as well. So what we did, here it is our research methodology. First of all, we had a literature review we did a literature review on the theoretical background of online language education. Then we also, as Panagiotis Kosmas also presented before, we launched a survey regarding the needs and the needs of all these people who are want to take a mobility. So, which are their linguistic needs. We also conducted the survey, and a series of interviews were conducted in 3 different countries, Greece, Cyprus, Italy, in order to explore the language and cultural awareness needs of the Erasmus K1 mobility participants involved in long-term mobility activities. So I will continue with what we found from the literature review. The literature review revealed that there is a variety of theories, such as major learning theories, second language acquisition theories, foreign language acquisition theories, e-learning theories, many theories, as you understand, that are applied in different combinations to online language learning and teaching practice, according to the technical affordances and the pedagogical goals in every case. There are also, though, interesting frameworks and models which can be applied in the context of computer-assisted language learning, depending on different educational goals. Frameworks and models related to social constructivism theories and connectivism are preferred generally in the context of COL because they promote task-based learning, social interaction, authentic learning, collaborative learning, personalized, autonomous, and self-directed learning, social learning, which are crucial for learning a second or a foreign language. So we had to take under consideration also all these facts. So here you can see in my next slide, an overview of existing pedagogical models applied in online language learning and teaching practice. And as you see here, they are all divided in behaviorism, constructivism, social constructivism, and collaborative learning. But what we see is that all of them can inspire us when we want to design such environments. So let me continue. Okay. So what was the results that we got from the survey and the interviews? As you have more or less you have seen what were the results, because Panagiotis Kosmas has discussed about that. Just a short, a brief information for those who just joined now. There is a big need for linguist support via training, seminars, or language courses for both outgoing and incoming participants. In fact, the findings of the OPENLang Network survey have confirmed that previous research findings have shown that the development of language proficiency and exploring a different culture are the main reasons to participate in an Erasmus mobility. So learning a language, a new language, and of course exploring a new culture, yes, this is what we found. Other research findings that were also really important for the design of the OPENLang Network pedagogical framework were first that the participants gave priority in advancing specifically their listening and communication skills, as well as their general vocabulary. And secondly, the participants preferred social learning, intercultural communication, and networking in an interactive multimedia environment. In fact, all participants expressed the need for networking and collaboration between participants in the Erasmus K1 mobility in order to achieve cultural understanding and intercultural communication, as well as to build friendships or even professional opportunities for the future. So let's see now, based on this feedback, we try to design our pedagogical, the OPENLang Network pedagogical framework. And this is designed based on the questionnaire interviews, as we said, and then more concretely, what we did was to try to design something, an environment that was inspired by a learner-centered, social constructivism and connectivism pedagogical paradigm, blending a variety of pedagogical approaches and instructional strategies derived from the areas of computer-assisted language learning, e-learning, second language acquisition, and foreign language learning. So it was, let's say, we have been inspired by all this. And now, in my next slide, you will see in this diagram what we have. So the OPENLang Network is designed to provide, as we said, this was our challenge, to provide multiple types of interaction to learners who belong in a community of language practice. So each learner of this environment is seen as an autonomous learner. This is why you can see it in the middle of this diagram. It is, as we see here, it is first of all, student-centered. This is what we had, learner-centered environment. But also, as you see here, we have the autonomous learner who can use the open educational material content that we provide. Also, a learner who can interact with other peers or a teacher in one-to-one, in pairs, or in tandem learning, or in small groups, or even in a big community. And those are the services that we offer in our, in fact, this is what we offer in our platform, as Alexander will describe later. Learners are placed at the center of the OPENLang network and are free to take their own personalized learning paths. And you will see the paths. But the point is that we wanted to give them the possibility to have all these alternatives. So if they want, they can work in tandem. If they work, they can work in small groups. If they want, they can just be autonomous and explore the OERs that we have and the courses that we offer. As you see here in this diagram, the learners can select the mode of interaction and collaboration that they prefer: autonomous, one-to-one, pair-to-pair, or one-to-many. Choose among the available tools and services offered by the platform, and control the amount of open material they want to use, reuse, share, as well as the duration of time that they need to spend for studying or practicing the target language or exploring a new culture. Each learner can practice the language of his choice or her choice by choosing a language partner, such as a peer, a group, or a teacher. A learner in the OPENLang network belongs to a large community and has access to an open forum, which he or she can start an interesting discussion about any topic she or she likes. This aspect is very important because the target group of users are Erasmus Plus students who face many challenges and difficulties in every phase of their mobility. Teachers also play a significant role in the network, as they can support the community with their contribution, either as language partners or as members of the discussion area or as content contributors, as they can create, share, and evaluate, or even recommend their language or OER. So here you can see all these different, let's say, options that they have, okay, the learners can have. And what we wanted, it was in the first phase also to check how it would work to have one-to-one tandem learning, language learning practice. But we thought that it would be also nice to try to promote also groups of work, of small groups who would like to practice the target language. And we have done this in the context of some workshops that we have organized, and it worked in both cases very, very well. I am continuing. Okay, so finally, in this diagram, as you see, you can see the active role of the OPENLang network learner. And as you see here, we start from, we took under consideration the pedagogical models, the instructional strategies, the different learning technologies that we have. It was not designed, everything was interconnected. So the approach brought us to the right instructional strategies, and then to the technologies that could facilitate what we have in mind. In a way, what we have seen, this was a theory, but in practice, we have designed everything. In fact, we implemented, we put things in practice, and so far everything went very well. So we have positive results for that. I am continuing. So to conclude, one first conclusion that the literature review revealed is that there is not a single core theory which is applied to online language learning and teaching, but a variety of theories, such as major learning theories, second language acquisition theories, e-learning theories that applied in different combinations to online language learning and teaching practice. Furthermore, it was found that the pedagogical models and frameworks which are applied for the design of online language learning environment are mostly adapted from the field of e-learning and inspired by a blend of theories regarding second language theories. The major conclusion here is that the design of a highly interactive online language learning is quite challenging, as it entails to take under consideration a number of factors, such as the needs of the target group, the pedagogical implications, and the technical affordances of the online environment. And furthermore, the findings of the survey have shown also that the development of language proficiency and learning in different languages are the main reasons to participate in an Erasmus mobility, and that Erasmus participants need to be able to have access to a continuous language training before, during, and after their mobility. And what we offer in the platform is the possibility for all these people who love language, not only those who are going to take a mobility, will have the possibility to practice their language and explore new cultures using all these services that we offer. And I hope you like it. And now I think I don't know if you have any questions, but in the next presentation, Alex will give us more information about what we offer exactly in our platform. And I hope I was clear with what I have presented so far.
Thank you. Thanks, Maria. I think it has been a really good overview of the pedagogical framework. I think it's quite encouraging also to see that we have some interest from attendees about doing a relevant PhD on the topic. So I would encourage them to get in touch with us to discuss possible PhD research in this area. So I will load my slides for the next presentation, which is about the platform that we have built for this for the project, and to offer the services. To offer free services, language learning services to the general public through open educational resources and also our MOOC. Right. So the OPENLang Network platform is a multi-service online platform offering a variety of services, such as a personal members dashboard, an e-tandem language learning matching service for 24 European languages, an open and highly interactive forum, a European database of language open educational resources of high quality, training MOOC materials on OERs for language teachers, and also features a responsive design accessible through different devices, for example, tablets and smartphones. The platform design has been based on a set of principles. Some of these principles are the following: openness. The platform promotes an open approach for language learning, teaching, and community support. Customization. The platform is dynamic and flexible and offers different ways for customization of both its front end and back end. Interoperability. This is achieved by supporting standard specifications for importing and exporting educational data. Mobile interface. This is especially important for mobility participants that do not always have access to a desktop or laptop computer and need to access the platform from different European countries and while traveling. And finally, community support. We are receiving support from a community of developers that regularly update the code base, fixing bugs, security holes, and also delivering new features. So this is quite important also for the sustainability of the platform, which is based on Moodle. So we are leveraging the Moodle community of users and also of developers to support us beyond the end of the project when the funding has run out. The sustainability aspect, as you all have noticed, has come up quite prominently through both our keynotes today. So this is an overview of the courses and activities and also the pathways that we offer in the platform. More specifically, let's go through the language learner pathway and explore what services and what steps along this pathway are available to language learners. So in the first step, the language learner is invited to take a language placement test to determine their language proficiency level. So this is a snapshot of the area in the platform where all 24 language placement tests are provided. And then in the second step, based on this, on the language proficiency level that the language learner has determined, they are invited to find other community members to perform tandem learning of a language. So now that they know their language level, they are invited to record it and find other users of the platform, other members of the community, by filtering with the preferred language, the language level, and also something that is very important for synchronous communication, the time zone, the preferred time zone. So as soon as they have done this, in the next step is taking them to the open educational resources for learning a language. And in this step, we are offering a wide range of OER, of language OER, more than 400 OER that we have selected by hand to ensure the high quality and the fit for purpose. And a faceted interface, a search interface with filters is offered to users that want to customize their search and search for specific authors, contributors, specify the resource type, specify the language of the resource, and also the target language, the language proficiency level, the license, skills, duration, and a few other metadata of OER. Once they find a suitable OER, they can rate them, and also they can recommend them to other learners. They can provide comments, they can start a discussion, and they can also favorite them and store them in their personal portfolio. In the next step, learners are invited to share their open educational resources for learning a language. So they are invited to study the guidelines that we have provided for them on how to create and share OER through the OER toolkit, which will be presented later on. And following that, they are invited to also start and join discussions with language learners and teachers on the platform about OER that they have found or OER that they have shared. And finally, in the final step of this pathway, we invite learners to join our MOOC, to join the to learn more about the creation, sharing, and use of language OER, and perform the activities and get certified, get a certification on this topic. So we are currently, the MOOC is currently live. Participants are invited to use the services offered by the platform and provide their feedback, which will be used to further improve the platform. The link is on at the bottom of the screen, and I can also share this. I will also be sharing this at the chat. And I must mention that this is a sustainable output. So the platform will be there after the project is ending, after the project has ended. As I mentioned before, the project is ending this month. But the platform will be there, will remain there, and also the MOOC will be there. We are not charging participants of the MOOC. We are not charging anything for participation or also for the certificate of participation. And the MOOC will continue to remain on the platform as an open course, as a truly open course. And you'll have the opportunity to study the MOOC and also get your certificate. Right. So I can see that it is now time for the next presentation, which is from Antigoni Parmaxi from Cyprus University of Technology. She will talk to us about the online language placement tests. So Antigone, will load your slides, and you'll be able to take control. Okay, you can now take control.
I cannot see.
There should be a button that says take control. Yes. You're now the presenter. Go ahead.
Thank you, Alex. So in this presentation, we will be looking into the process we followed for developing the database for the 24 language placement tests for all the European languages. So as noted by Alex, the language learner that gets into the OPENLang platform has the opportunity to assess his or her language skills using the placement tests that are available. So through this process, we identify and selected 24 language placement tests that were openly available. So this contributes to one of the most essential services of the Open Language platform, to give to the learners the possibility to assess their language skills, to determine their language proficiency, and proceed with their learning within the OPENLang platform. For the development of the database of the language placement tests, initially we conducted a desk research to explore the available language placement tests that are offered for each one of the 24 languages, followed by the evaluation of the available language placement tests based on specific criteria. And finally, the database was made available on the OPENLang platform. So starting with the exploration of available language placement tests, we conducted an extensive desk research to identify all the available online resources for the 24 European language placement tests. We contacted directly the national representatives of all 24 languages, and we found 150 available language placement tests, taking into account their availability online, being free and openly accessible. Then we proceeded in evaluating and selecting the 24 placement tests, one for each of the European languages. So we conducted an overview of the literature regarding the criteria in selecting a language placement test in the area of foreign language testing and assessment, and considering the needs of the OPENLang Network platform and project. The consortium has adopted specific evaluation criteria for the selection of the language placement tests, and the criteria were classified eventually into two categories, primary and secondary. And then a focus group consisting of 8 persons made the final selection of the language placement tests. The primary criteria that we adopted had to do with the test to be provided by an accredited organization for language learning, to be open and free to use, to be easy to use, and to be short in terms of duration. The secondary criteria that we have adopted had to do with the authenticity of the test and its comprehensiveness. Now, initially, the process for the selection included 4 phases. So we presented and explained the evaluation criteria, and based on each criteria, individually, each of the member of the focus group evaluated and made the selection of the appropriate language placement test. Then the whole group discussed the selection of the language placement test, resulting in the final selection of the 24 language placement tests. The database of the 24 language placement tests is currently available on the OPENLang platform that was presented by Alex, and language learners can go on the platform, select the language that they want to test, and proceed in taking the language placement test. They can then calculate the result and find their language level according to the Common European Framework for Languages. Each user can record the result into his or her profile so that a consistent and comprehensive profile for each learner can be developed. Based on the feedback, the next service comes in line within the OPENLang platform, where the user can find a tandem partner and proceed in cultivating and enhancing his or her language skills using the filters that are currently offered on the platform. The screen here demonstrates how the language placement tests are available. You can see that you can there is available through a link and also in a PDF. If there are any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you, Antigone. All these tests are freely available to use. Antigone and Panagiotis, they have put a lot of effort to find the best high quality free tests that you can try, because and in some languages I think it has been particularly challenging. Yeah,
yes.
You would expect that because in the EU we have to adhere to certain policies that we would expect. We were expecting that all European countries provide these services for free, but this is not the case. You put a lot of effort in actually finding, in certain cases, some representative tests of good quality and also free to use.
Yes, Alex, and it's something that it's really it was really missing from both for language teachers and learners to have language tests, placement tests to evaluate their skills, and especially for the less commonly spoken languages. These tests are not really much available, or they are not being paid attention. So it was put a lot of effort in identifying, evaluating, and eventually having 24 language placement tests available online.
Great, thank you, Antigone. I think we can proceed to the next.
Alex,
yes,
just a comment.
Yes, Maria.
When we discuss about, because we had a comment here about why we didn't include Turkish language. We only included the 24 European languages that are officially European languages. So this is why some languages are not here. Okay, we don't have all the languages.
Yes.
Okay.
So as I mentioned in the chat, yeah, it's
all Arabic language.
We have focused, on these languages, and as we already discussed, it was quite painful actually to find the proper tests and resources for these 24 languages. Let alone if we wanted to include non-European languages, we would need several.
We need another project only for that, in fact, because it is, as you said before, it should be a place where people could find this easily, would have access to open, let's say, placement test for all languages, not only European. but it's not there so far. This is what we found out.
Yeah, but it's good. It's quite encouraging for us as researchers in this field to see that there is interest towards this direction for some follow-up research initiatives. We'll need, now that OPENLang is finishing, we need to think about what's coming next. So this is good food for thought, I think.
As Kate said in the keynote, if you remember, there are many projects that are coming one after the other in order to, in a way, maintain and also, how can I say, expand in a way the work that we have done. Okay.
So Maria, the floor is yours. You can take control of the presentation.
Thank you so much. I'm just following the question a bit sad now. Can we, as teachers, practice this test, meaning 5R? Okay.
This is an excellent question.
Yes. It could be, yes. If they are open, yes. Those
I
that are
think
open.
this is mostly related to the MOOC, where we are actually putting the 5R principles in action. Don't you think, Maria?
Yes, this is why Sharif Ahmed says he discussed about editing. Editing, yes, of course.
Yeah. So I would recommend joining our MOOC, and because in there we are actually expanding on these on the 5R principles, and also on the whole reusability cycle of the whole life cycle of OERs, and best practices around OERs.
We have here, Alex, I don't know if you see also participants in our MOOC, Tamari. So thank you for coming also here, and thank you for taking our MOOC. The MOOC will be open. You can return and you can go back and check everything again. It is open to everyone now. But please, you can also add your questions and in the discussion forum, because the whole idea, and this is what we are talking about today, it's about community of practices. So we have done something. This is only the beginning, and we have given you, let's say, the tools to keep continuing this kind of a discussion. So it's only the beginning. So please, you are free to go and check everything that we have done and give us feedback. We will be happy to respond to you and to continue our communication. So I take the control. Alex. Okay, I think now. Okay, so in this presentation, I will discuss about the OPENLang Quality Framework and Tool for Language OERs. Those of you who have already done our MOOC, have enrolled in our MOOC, you probably will know something about that. So I am okay, presenting here. I will just explain to you a little bit how what was the research methodology behind the creation of the OPENLang Quality Framework and Tool. And of course, we are waiting also for your comments. So also for those who took the MOOC, you might have more, let's say, questions. So what is an open educational resource? We already discussed a lot about this, but I just have here a screenshot about what types of resources do we have. We have videos. It can be an open educational resource. It can be a video, an image, an open textbook, a quiz, a tutorial, a course module, a lecture, a podcast, infographic. As you see, the most, let's say, common open educational resources are videos and images and open textbooks. So here we have, let's say, a nice screenshot and information about the most common types of open educational resources, which are teaching, learning, and research materials that make use of appropriate tools, such as open licensing to permit their free reuse, continuous improvement, and repurposing by others for educational purposes, according to UNESCO. So let me go to the next slide. So discovering, I will discuss about, first of all, the quality assurance challenge. Discovering a language open educational resource of a good quality is a big challenge for language teachers, especially nowadays in the age of COVID, as millions of language teachers worldwide are constrained to deliver their language lessons online, and they need quality digital language material that it is openly accessible. Even though the number and variety of educational resources available in the form of OERs and several OER repositories and directories is wide, their quality is not guaranteed, so standards for selected OERs are needed. One other point that needs to be considered is the dynamic and open feature of OERs, because they can be adapted and further developed with no limitations as long as the open license allow it. In order to facilitate the process of their continuous improvement, quality assurance procedures need to be adapted. That means that it's highly crucial for language users to be able to discover, use, reuse, and share educational material of good quality. And also, in 2012, Paris OER Declaration encouraged all member states to facilitate finding, retrieving, and sharing OERs, as well as adopting appropriate quality open standards to ensure interoperability and to facilitate the use of OERs in diverse media. But how can a language teacher evaluate a language OER? Are there any specific evaluation tools? Are there any OER repositories that offer OER of high quality or good quality? And if yes, which quality assurance guidelines did they adopt? Is there any quality assessment tool for language OER? So this is what we did in the context of our project. And here you can see that I have put here some, this is really important, as I already explained, to have a quality in our open educational resources. Here in the slide, you can see the categorization of quality assurance. So we can have two ways. If we can have the top-down quality procedures. So there are some, let's say, quality criteria and peer review procedures set up by the consortium, by the repositories, but also in some cases you can see also this bottom-up quality procedures. This means that we, the user, provide this kind of feedback, give the feedback as language teachers and language users. If something we like it or not, we can rate it, we can comment, we can review. This is exactly what we do when we're searching for a hotel, for example, or a good restaurant, and in these platforms in which we provide also our feedback. This is two ways that we have seen. So in the context of our project, I go back, as we said before, we have already done work all together, a collaborative work, our consortium, almost 300 open educational language open educational resources are there in our platform. We have evaluated all these. They are collected one by one by us. So there is, we have this, you have the possibility to go and find exactly what you're searching for. There are filters you can use in order to find types of different resources in specific languages or on specific skills, and I will show you. And you can also share and suggest your own language OER. But in our case, we try to give also this, let's say, the quality criteria, so you can take this checklist before you upload your OER. And in this way, we try to give to everyone quality language open educational resources. Okay. So the challenge for us was, first of all, to explore. In order to create our own quality framework, we first explored other OER quality framework tools and models to select and review based on specific criteria. So we selected some of these, let's say, criteria that we thought that they apply also for our needs. And in order to create the OPENLang quality framework and tool for language OERs. The aim, as I said before, was to try to give you, in fact, this opportunity to be able to look for something that you know already that it is evaluated, and to facilitate the online evaluation of the OERs. This is why we also offer a checklist that you can use in order to do this kind of evaluation. So here it is the research methodology followed. We first had the literature review, then we had the design, and then we created this tool, framework and tool. What we found during our literature review, when we explored, we found that there is a big variety of frameworks that propose quality assurance indicators for open educational resources or evaluation criteria for different types of OER. We didn't find many tools that target exactly language open educational resources, but we found evaluation tools that could address these quality assurance needs of different groups. This is also something interesting. So here you will see how we, in the next step, when we selected the evaluation criteria, what we did was to collect and group more than 200 quality assurance criteria that we found from the all these tools that we have explored, and proposed, in fact, in this case, by 30 quality assurance frameworks and models that we thought that they were really interesting and complete for our basically according to what we know from the literature. So the criteria that we tried to see was, for example, institutions and organization reputation. So we explored what kind of quality assurance models they use in all these institutions and organizations that they offer open educational resources. So for us, it was really important. Popularity. So if this is a framework, for example, a quality assurance framework that is adopted by many big institutions, organizations, for us was a good criteria to adapt. Also, the validity and the compliance to standards. So we wanted to see if the quality criteria and processes were clearly defined, articulated, and for us it was very, very important. In some cases, for example, there were organizations that these quality assurance models and criteria, what they did was not only to evaluate the resource that was uploaded, but also to test it in classroom. This is not the common practice, but in some cases, there were institutions that did that in the USA. Clear description of quality criteria of dimensions. Also, this was important for us to see something that it was, very well articulated with all the dimensions, easy to use, and of course, we also searched for those who were specifically targeted language learning topics applied for language OERs. And as I said, we didn't find many. So to go to what we have designed, our OPENLang quality framework for language OERs were inspired by several frameworks, and Achieve, for example, is not targeted to language learning, but Craxo, I don't know if I name it very well, pronounce it very well. This one, the last one, was targeted to language OERs. Also, its main components, as I said before, emerged from the process of collecting and grouping more than 200 quality assurance quality criteria proposed in these 30 quality assurance frameworks and models. And then the result was to create 6 different dimensions: content, pedagogy, design, usability, openness, and technology. Now you will see the diagram here. And those are the basic components of our quality framework. And we explored, in a way, in simple words, if we have an open educational resource, we try to see if pedagogically is okay, it is what we are expecting to be. The content, the design, the technology, usability, openness, we try to evaluate these different components. And here you will see, I don't know if you can see because it's the words, I don't see that if they are, you can see them very well here. For example, for the content dimension, we want to see if something is good. We try to in a way to explore the content, to see if the content, for example, is current, is interactive, is adaptive, it is clear, comprehensive. So we have different criteria for each one of these dimensions. The pedagogy dimension, as we said previously, it's important for us, for language learning, to have those activities, let's say, and material that is really based on communicative approach, and all these, let's say, approaches that are supported by computer-assisted language learning, by learning acquisition theories. So it is something that we try to see if those, if the different pedagogical dimensions that we are searching for are there. The dimension of design, if this resource has a good design, it is interactive, it is appropriate, it uses multimedia and all that. The dimension of usability, if it is easy to extend it, to use it, to navigate it. If it is open, and what open means, will I pay? Of course not. In this case, can I download it? Can I work on that? What kind of license does it have? So is it possible for me to work upon? Okay. And of course, dimension of technology. So what kind of, let's say, we can see different aspects like security, like interoperability, like the tech support that this resource platform can offer. So we have created, what we have done, it is that we have created this quality tool with different, it gives you some checkbox here, and you can evaluate. But to make it even more, let's say, simple, what we did is just to put here some checkboxes in the platform. You have the possibility, when you upload, when you share your language OER, if you want to go here and to check some points for each component, and to give a check, to use this checklist, evaluation checklist, and to see if things are, I don't know, in the correct, if something is quality, if the quality of an OER is good or not. But this is also a checklist that can that invites you to reflect on this before you on this resource before you share it. So I think that also Alex discussed about the metadata, but when you upload an open educational resource, you need to provide this kind of information. So the date, authors, those are the metadata. As Kate said, I think that you need, when you give a good metadata, they can also find you easier. So here are the basic metadata. We try to make it as simple as it can be. You give this information and people then can find your resource. Okay, so concluding, quality assurance of OER is not an easy process and requires a complex mix of quality tools. And as Dr. Faro said before in the keynote, it takes time to upload and to share and to do all, to be in this process. But it feels wonderful when you can share your own, let's say, open educational resource, or if you share something that you found that it is really, it can be useful for other language teachers, because when you feel that you are part of an open community of language teachers, it feels great to be able to share, to get, it's not a good idea only to take, it's also a very good idea to share also what you do. And this can be also just a comment, even if we add the comment or we rate an open educational resource, this is sharing as well, because we just give our opinion on something, and we are moving and we are working in this let's say, philosophy of open education and open educational practices. So no common OER policies there are no common OER policies worldwide or even in Europe. This is a finding that it is really important. That means that not all the repositories are the same, and they don't have the quality criteria that we are discussing. They're not the same. They're not the same everywhere. There is a variety of quality approaches, and they need to be taken under consideration. Okay, there is a problem that they're not, let's say, OERs are not yet immersed largely in the learning and teaching process. This is important. And still, quality language OERs are not easy to find, to use, and the policies are not clear. So what we did and what we try to do in our project is to provide you those open educational resources for language learners and teachers that are of high quality, of good quality. So thank you so much. I hope you understood what I wanted to pass.
Thank you, Maria. Many thanks. Okay. It's I think it has been a very good overview. There is a question in the chat about your paper, your research paper of 2021. So please share the link to that. And I will now give the floor to Irini Christou, who will talk to us about the OPENLang e-toolkit on language OER. Irini, let me share your slides.
Just to comment on that and to say that on our website there is a page with all our publications, and we will upload everything there, but I can just share what we have so far. But until by the end, during the next weeks, we will have uploaded there everything, and what new publication we will have in future will be uploaded there as well.
Great, thanks, Maria. Irini, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alex. So, hello everyone. My name is Irini Christou, and I am a research fellow at the Cyprus University of Technology, and also a part of the OPENLang Network project team. And I will present you the OPENLang toolkit on language OERs for language teachers and trainers. So the aim was to develop a complete step-by-step guide that contains all the core elements for the use, evaluation, creation and sharing of quality multilingual and interactive open educational resources for language education, as there is not any comprehensive step-by-step toolkit for the use, creation, and share of OERs for language learning and teaching. So the phases to develop the toolkit was first, as discussed before, an overview of the open educational resources, a map of the existing guidelines, and then the development of the e-toolkit for language teachers and trainers. So here are some definitions of the open educational resources and open educational practices. As we can see here, open educational resources are digital learning resources offered online freely and openly to teachers, educators, students, and independent learners in order to be used, shared, combined, adapted, and expanded in language, in teaching, learning, and research. Where open educational practices is the use of the open educational resources to raise the quality of education and training and innovate educational practices on an institutional, professional, and individual level. There are a lot of articles and reports that include guidelines in relation to OERs, and the most basic process for creating OERs is the design for openness, then to choose a license, publish and share the OERs. The TIPS framework is one of the most common framework for the creation of an OER, and focuses on teaching and learning processes that should be focuses on a student-centered approach. Also focuses on information and material content, presentation, product and format, and system, technical, and technology. Some key aspects that teachers should consider when creating an OER is first their audience. So they have to define and decide what their audience is, their level of language, what their nationality, age, and gender is, etc. If an OER that a teacher needs already exists, so they can modify it and use it, and some design challenges for the content and the size, etc. Some tips for sharing an open educational resource from Bachelor is to share the OERs with others and use an institutional repository. Select open repository and use the social media networks. So in the toolkit, there are specific guidelines on how language teachers can use the Creative Commons licenses. For example, there are some as you can see, this attribution, these labels can be used to show how the content can be used. For example, the first symbol, that's the attribution, means that the original content of the word must be credited whenever it is used. So the second one is the share alike, that it's the reproduction of the original work is allowed only under the same license. The non-commercial, that the content cannot be used for commercial use, and no derivatives, that the content cannot be alerted or remixed without a permission. Okay. So based on the findings of the previous review on the OERs, as well as on the quality framework for language OERs, we developed a step-by-step guide for the use, creation, and share of the OERs for language materials. And so the toolkit includes useful materials, specific examples of OERs, useful tips for the creation and sharing of language OERs, examples of good open educational practices in language education, and self-evaluation assessment at the end of each section. So here we can see the sections of the OPENLang e-toolkit. So it starts with an introduction to open educational resources and open educational practices, an overview of the existing OER guidelines, discovering language OERs, evaluating language OERs, using, creating, and sharing language OERs, the copyright and open licensing, and the references at the end. So this is how the toolkit looks like. It's like it has indexes, like an index where you can choose the in what section you want to move. So it's structured in the same way for each section. You have an introduction, the learning objectives, the content, and at the end there is a quiz to check your knowledge based on what you have learned from the specific section of the toolkit. Also, the toolkit is going to be translated in Italian and Greek as well. And we have also prepared an interactive OPENLang in toolkit that I can share the link with you if you want to take a look. I don't know if you can see now that I opened the link. Can you see the toolkit or just my slides?
We can only see your slides here, and you'll need to share your screen if you want to show us your browser.
Yes, please. I can send you also the link to the toolkit. So if I can share my screen just to show a bit how.
You just need to press on the share content button. It's an arrow button right next to the leave.
Yes,
right next to the. Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Okay. So this is the interactive toolkit we prepared. It includes all the sections of the e-toolkit in a bit of more interactive way. So here are the buttons to download it in the 3 languages. And here you have the toolkit sections, so you can go wherever you want and find the content you need. So here again, the structure is the same. You can find the learning objectives and see the sections of the toolkit as well to learn more information. And at the end of each section, there is a quiz that you can click and play a quiz to check your knowledge based on what you have learned from the specific section. And you can change, you can choose what you want to learn from the toolkit. You can change it from here. And there are, again, all the sections that are in the toolkit as well. Okay, so.
I can reload your slides.
It was the last slide, Alex, okay. So it should be fine. So okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Irini. I think this is a very good lead-in to the final presentation from Anastasios Economidis, who will describe how we have implemented all these good practices for OER development, for OER sharing and reuse within our MOOC and also within our workshop events. So let me share this final presentation. Yes, there it is. And Anastasios, you can take control. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Hello again to everyone. I will make the introduction to the MOOC, and then Maria Perifano will continue with the description of the units of the MOOC and also about the eTandem language learning methodology and implementation. So let's start with the MOOC. The platform provides various services. Alex have described these services earlier, and every user, those users of you that attended this multiplier event will already know about the personal members dashboard, where everyone that has been registered in the MOOC has several functions to follow. There is also the e-language, the e-tandem language learning matching service that match the various users among themselves. For example, if someone speaks very well English and some Greek and wants to practice Greek, and there is another user that speaks very well the Greek language and wants to and knows some English language and wants to practice the English language, then these two users can match themselves and become a tandem and have a discussion. There is also the forum where everyone can participate and have a discussion about various language and cultural issues. We have also a database with language open educational resources. We have already uploaded about 300 OERs on this database, but we also expect from those people that will populate the platform to contribute OERs, not only their OERs, but also to suggest OERs that are residing in other repositories. We have also the MOOC that is a training that contains training material on using, on discovering, using, creating, sharing OERs. And all these are accessible from any kind of device. So these are the buttons on the platform, and here now we will talk more about the OPENLang MOOC that is on the left, upper left side. I lost control, so I take control again. Okay. We have on the step 6 that Alex has described it earlier, the step that someone can join the OPENLang MOOC, and this person can learn anything about OERs from the beginning. What is an OER? What is an open educational practice? How to discover language OERs? How to create, to use, to share language OERs. So the MOOC was launched on the 8th of November, and it lasted for 4 weeks. And but as Alex told you earlier, we will keep it open until we don't know until when, but we will keep it open. But what you have to do is just to register and attend this MOOC, and you can also, this is on the platform of the project, and you can have also budgets for every week that you attend and answer a quiz. Also, at the end of the MOOC, you will take a certificate after you also answer to a questionnaire. So this MOOC is for learning how to use, how to discover, how to create, how to share language open educational resources. And anyone can attend this MOOC, but basically it is aimed at language teachers, language learners, and anyone who is interested in language education. So After this, Maria Perifano will take the floor and will continue with the presentation.
Okay. I take control and I take the floor, all of it. So thank you also for your comments. I see also in chat that you already explored a little bit our platform. So thank you for the positive comments. So what we also need to say here that the toolkit that presented by Rini is also, all of them are interconnected. It is a training material, the supplementary training material that we have. You can download also the toolkit in the platform, from the platform. And what we have in the MOOC, as you will see, it is more or less, we are exploring the same, yes, we're exploring the same topics. What you will find more in the MOOC is that we have more information, video material, more activities. So practically, this is it is a consultation book that you will that it's really nice and interesting. And this is another form. The MOOC is just let's say a course in which you will explore even more resources. So as Anastasia said, we have what we offered is a 4-week MOOC, and we have six modules. In the first one, the first week, we explored we did an introduction to open educational resources and practices, and then an overview of existing OER guidelines. So we gave to the participants the first 2 modules, and in the end they took a quiz. And of course, there is also an activity, a form activity, and participants were invited to participate in this as well. So in the beginning, yes, I think that we did well, I think. So the next week, we also estimated 6 to 8 hours for those who would like to take the course. So we gave this estimation of study hours. In the module, in the week number 2, we offered module 3 and 4, how to discover a language OER and how to evaluate a language OER. And again, in the end, there was a quiz. During the study material, there were also offered different activities, and we proposed 7 activities for each a week, and the last one is the quiz. Okay. In the week 3, we have the module about using, creating, and sharing a language OER. And as I said before, 7 activities, and including the quiz. And the 4th and last week, we discuss about copyright and open licensing. It doesn't mean that you need to go from one to the other. You can just go and choose the topic that you would like to explore. And since it is open, you can take your time and do it as you like, at your own pace. But what it is important is to, as what we have discussed here all these hours, also with our keynote speakers, is to be aware of what all these things are about. So you can just explore a little bit also the content, what it is OER, what kind of licenses, what can we do with all that. But it's important, and here it is something that I need to, it is something that I need to highlight. We give you also the information about where to find open educational resources, but not only language open educational resources, but also if you want to find an image, if you want to find an audio, where you can, all these are, very important for us as language teachers when we want to create our own material. So please have a look also to all these tools and platforms that we are sharing with you, and also check how you can attribute So if I am using a picture, how can I attribute, the rights to the creator in the correct way? Here, for example, you cannot see it because it is not very well. You cannot see it very well, but this is for example, a picture. You will see under each picture that we have in this MOOC, you will see how you can attribute correctly an image. So you need to add, for example, the title of the image, who has created that, and to add a link also to the licenses. So have a look and you can just choose what you like. As I said, to study first, this is what I mean. And this is the learning activity 7, and then we have the quiz. And what we did with Alex, Alex, if you want, you can also comment on that, about the badges that our participants gain when they finish each week. You can say something about that, because I think we didn't speak about the badges that we give to our participants.
Yes, so these are like milestones, because it takes quite a long time to complete the whole MOOC. So for some extra motivation along the way, we have set these milestones. So when you finish each week and you successfully pass the quiz at the end of each week, you'll automatically you'll get a badge on your profile in the platform, and you can get this badge. You can download this badge, and you can share it in your social networks, for example, as you would with any other open badge. And as we mentioned already, at the end of the whole MOOC, when you will have finished all weeks, you have successfully passed all the quizzes, all the four quizzes, then you'll also get a certificate of participation. This is a nicely formatted PDF, which also contains a QR code, so that anyone can actually verify it, so that we ensure that you are not that this is not fraudulent. We have taken a bit of inspiration from the COVID passports, which are verified with and triple checked with QR codes. So you can also verify your MOOC certificate for free. Obviously, these are all services that we will continue offering for free after the project has ended. Back to you, Maria.
Okay, thank you for the comment. You also earn a badge if you upload if you share an open educational resource. We need to give motivation. Okay, so you are welcome. Okay, so you can also check the video that we didn't say that, I think, that Pixel prepared about also the services that we have, and here is a welcome message that we have all recorded together. So one more service that, and I'm finishing with the services. It is the tandem learning service that is offered by the platform. This is really wonderful. I think that it is an opportunity for all of you who would like to practice one of the 24 European languages here. So what is tandem learning? According to Brammertz, when learning a language in tandem, two people with different mother tongues work together in order to learn from each other. And we have reciprocity, responsibility, and autonomy. Those are the three important, let's say, characteristics of tandem learning. In that case, what we do is to, if we have, for example, 1 hour session, for 1 hour, we are discussing using one language, and for the other half hour, we are discussing on the other language, native language. So each speaker, let's say, each learner, learn from the other. And this is really nice process. We have done 2 workshops with participants from the three higher education institutions that are involved in the project. And it was a wonderful, let's say, experience because, you know, students came, they had the possibility to find a tandem learner partner. What it is important to show here, it is, I think that Alex has shown these slides before. It is important that if you want to do that, is the first step it is to record the language proficiency level. So what language do you speak and at what level? And then when you fill out this, let's say, this very short questionnaire, I would say, it takes 2 minutes to do that. Then you are included here in our in this search machine. We can say, Alex, I don't know how to call it, but we can call it like this. And here you can find your tandem learning partners using the filters that are important. For example, the time zone. If you want to find someone from your time zone, the language that you would like to practice. So here, for example, we have someone who would like to practice Italian, and this could be Italian and Greek, for example. It could be a good match, or Italian or English, for example. I am following, okay, so here it is. And in order to support this, let's say, meeting session, the tandem language learning, we have also provided you with some activities. So you can find here on the tablet some cultural topics and some activities that you could, let's say, do during your meeting. So record your language proficiency level, find your tandem learner partner, and then you have also here activities. And the step 4 is to use your Skype or Google Meet or whatever else you like. For our workshop we have used Zoom because yes, the Zoom has a possibility to let's say create different rooms. So we had also different rooms open for the people who came to the workshop. And it was a very, very interesting, let's say, experience in having, in doing in practice the things that we are now discussing theoretically. So I think that it's a good opportunity for you to use our platform, the services you have here, all you want, material that you can explore, and you can use material that you would like to share, people, other people who would like to practice a language with you. So please, please join us and find your tandem partner. Why not? And thank you so much. You can follow us on Twitter and on Facebook. I will also share here our links to follow also the updates and the new publications and the new or anything else that we might organize in future. Alex.
Thank you, Maria.
Maybe we should also, I don't know, Antigone is here.
So yes, we should wrap up. We are right on time.
Yes, Maria, I'm here.
Okay.
So we have some. Yes. We have some time, yeah, to present the next multiplier event.
Yeah, this is why I'm asking if Antigone is here. So Antigone, if you want, you can say a few words.
Yes, for some reason I cannot post in the chat. My chat has frozen, so if you can please add the link. So on Monday we are organizing a multiplier event, the Cyprus Interaction Lab, and we will again host inspirational and motivational speakers related to open educational resources and language learning. The Inspirational speakers that we will have are Professor Gregory Makridis, that will elaborate on the Erasmus barometer. Dr. Salome Papadima Sophocleus, that will talk on how OERs can be used by language teachers and how the curriculum design can be improved by building and using open educational resources. And finally, Aristotimos Lanidis, the Erasmus officer of the Cyprus University of Technology, will elaborate on the approach adopted here at the university with regard to supporting linguistically and culturally the mobility of students within the European Union. So additionally, we will also have presentations related to open educational resources and an overview of the platform. So it will be great to have you here.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Antigone. And Maria, you can say a few words about your multiplier event.
We will also have another event on 15th of December. And we will have with us two wonderful keynote speakers, Christine Appel, who is a leader, let's say, researcher in e-tandem language learning and e-tandem MOOCs. So she will discuss about this. And we have also Dr. Javier Atenas. I didn't say Christine Appel is of the Open University of Catalonia. From this university, and we will also have as keynote speaker Javier Atenas, who is a leader also as a very good expert in open education resources, open practices, and we are looking forward to their keynote as well. And we will again discuss about our project, what we have done. You will find all the updates to our social media. Let me also share our group here because, okay.
Thank you, Maria.
So,
as we said, we are celebrating the end of the project, so we have a 3-day celebration. So today was the first day, exactly. And then the next two will be on Monday and on Wednesday.
So if you want also to hear about all these different topics, let's say, you can also join us again.
Fantastic. So many thanks again to all our speakers, to our keynote speakers, and also to the speakers from the project. Many thanks to everyone who attended and was also very active and participating in the discussions. Thank you to everyone for the feedback that you have provided for our work. It's quite important for us to see, to get your pulse and understand and get your comments and your feedback about our work. For us, it has been a great journey all these 3 years to work on these really captivating topics. And it has been a great pleasure to present our results today and share them with you. Following this event, I will be contacting all of you to provide instructions on how you will get your certificates of participation, and also to ask for your feedback in a short survey that we have prepared. So many thanks, and hope to see at least some of you again next week in our next 2 multiplier events. Thanks very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.